We started war with no end in sight. Then light lit fires for, and then made light of it. Said they'd hardly make a fight of it, till I could hardly take the sight of it anymore, anymore. Yeah, in this world, oh, I know it's gonna end alright. It'll end alright. This girl, oh, I know it's love, alright. We'll end up alright. And no war in all the world.
Check.
The world alright. They never end alright. And the more I come to know why, the more I wonder if any of it's right. This madness that we did that day, ran away and we hid each a different way. But one thing that I know for sure, so never love this song, 'cause it's happier than yours, truly happier than yours, truly in this world. Oh, I know it's gonna end alright, but it'll end alright. This girl, oh, I know it's love, alright, it'll end up alright. And no war in all the world, leave the world alright, they never end alright. And the more I come to know why, the more I wonder if any of it's right. What if I did all I could with every day, and in the end it still wasn't enough? Always tried to be the kind of man who kept going when going got rough. Feel the life that I choose will spiral down to blues, and end in my blood flowing or blowing that stuff. But all of it's a ruse, no ruler and no rules, and a lot of it concludes in a flash and a puff. And the only thing that mattered in all of this was love, and that's alright. You're like the sea I'm sinking in, falling 1,000 leagues in love. And if I were to meet my demise, I wouldn't regret nor rise above. And if you were to wear a disguise, baby, your eyes would be enough to see your worth and lies far within. I believe I found a diamond in a rough, and I wanna do something with this life I'm lucky to live, for this world I'm living in, so I'll never stop loving, because I am a man made up of more than just the sum of all my parts. And baby, I believe your body's a work of art, so show me an open mind and I will hold you in my arms, so you can feel my heart beat faster for you. Can't you feel my heart beat faster?
What's going on, guys? This is Cole on Collateral TV. Yeah, you know, television, because that's what we call it. I don't know why. It's definitely not television in any way, shape, or form. But that being said, we're going to be prepping for a couple of debates we got coming up with people in Destiny's community, and yeah, we're going to play Thronefall while we do it. Game's dope. I need to figure out my opening strategy on this one.
Self-ownership includes the right to decide what substances we're going to swallow, snort, smoke, or inject. My body, my choice.
We are in the middle of a population-wide experiment here that we have not thoughtfully considered.
Pretty much every objection that you can raise against an illegal drug can be raised with equal or greater force against alcohol. Yet alcohol is legal.
This is a crime of risk, and societies have the right and the duty to try to mitigate those crimes.
By what principle of justice do you lock someone in a cage for doing something that violates no one's rights?
As a society, we have a right and a duty to protect people around people making terrible decisions.
Now for the main event, arguing for the affirmative, Jacob Sullum. Jacob, please come to the stage. Again, tonight's resolution reads that Jacob will be defending, except for laws prohibiting the sale of drugs to minors and driving while impaired, all laws that penalize drug production, distribution, possession, and use should be abolished, along with special sin taxes on drugs. Taking the negative, Alex Berenson. Alex, please come to the stage. Jane, please close the voting. Thanks.
Thanks, Dean. I know at some point I'm going to spill the water. Bit tilted. Let's see. A few years ago, police in Habersham County, Georgia, broke into a home in the middle of the night. They were looking for a man who had allegedly sold methamphetamine to a confidential informant a few hours before. The drug dealer was not there, but his uncle, aunt, and 4 cousins, ranging in age from 1 to 7, were sleeping in the converted garage, having moved there after their house in Wisconsin burned down. As police stormed into the room, one of them tossed a flashbang grenade, a blinding, deafening explosive device that is supposed to distract and disorient suspects so they are less likely to resist. The grenade landed at the youngest child's crib, where it exploded in his face and nearly killed him, causing severe burns and a deep chest wound. The toddler spent several weeks in a medically induced coma, followed by multiple surgeries aimed at reconstructing his face and repairing the damage to his chest. Now, several factors contributed to this horrifying incident, including a questionable search warrant and reckless military-style tactics that never should have been deployed against a home where innocent adults and children were living. But the underlying cause was a policy of using violence in situations where violence is not morally justified. The event that precipitated this disastrous raid was a peaceful, voluntary exchange between 2 adults. One had money, the other one had a psychoactive substance that legislators had arbitrarily decided to ban. Such bans legalize police conduct that would otherwise be universally recognized as felonious, including breaking and entering, burglary, robbery, grand theft, kidnapping, assault, manslaughter, and murder. The rationale for legalizing those crimes is that force is necessary to prevent people from using drugs that might otherwise cause problems for them. But that rationale violates the classical liberal principle that people are sovereign over their own bodies and minds. According to that principle, we have a right to control our own bodies as long as we respect the corresponding rights of other people. Self-ownership includes the right to decide what substances we're going to swallow, snort, smoke, or inject. My body, my choice. When politicians violate that principle, bad things happen, starting with the violence that is necessary to enforce their pharmacological prejudices. Sometimes the scale of that violence makes it impossible to ignore. The anti-drug crackdown in the Philippines, for example, has killed more than 12,000 people since the current president took office in 2016. But even in our own country, police periodically kill people in the course of enforcing our drug laws. Several years ago in New Orleans, police broke into a marijuana dealer's home and shot him dead. The officer who fired the lethal shot said he thought that the unarmed dealer was threatening him with a gun. Just this last January in Houston, police broke into the home of a middle-aged couple without warning and immediately used a shotgun to kill their dog, which set off an exchange of gunfire in which both of the homeowners were killed. And the warrant for this raid claimed that the couple was selling heroin, but police didn't discover any evidence of drug dealing, and in fact, it turned out the warrant had been falsified. Another way in which drug prohibition fosters violence is by creating a black market where there are no peaceful legal ways to resolve disputes, whether between competitors or between buyers and sellers. One good example of that is what were known as crack-related homicides back in the 80s. There was a study that looked at all of the murders that were classified that way, and it found that contrary to the impression you might have gotten from politicians and journalists, these were not murders that were committed by people under the influence of crack. These were almost entirely murders that grew out of black market disputes. That sort of violence, combined with violence between the government and drug traffickers, figured in the Mexican drug war that is believed to have killed about 60,000 people between 2006 and 2012. The black market that generates violence also generates artificially high profits, since drug traffickers can earn a premium by dealing in contraband. A recent Rand Corporation estimate figured that Americans alone spend about $150 billion a year just on 4 drugs: marijuana, heroin, cocaine, and methamphetamine. The worldwide market is probably worth 3 or 4 times as much. Profits from that business strengthen murderous criminal organizations and foster corruption throughout the law enforcement system. Such corruption is rampant in countries such as Mexico and Honduras, where drug lords can escape capture and break out of prison with help from the same officials who are supposed to be chasing them down and locking them up. But you also hear pretty frequently about drug-related corruption in the United States. I'll just give you a few recent examples. This is just within the past year or so. A DEA agent had a drug trafficker buy a nice $43,000 truck so that the agent could turn around and seize it for his own use. Another case involved a Customs and Border Protection agent who was paid for 10 years to facilitate drug smuggling. He would leave certain gates unlocked. Yet another case involved police officers in Baltimore and Philadelphia who would seize drugs and then turn around and sell them. And then you have a perennial problem of correctional officers who smuggle drugs into prisons. As it did during national alcohol prohibition, that sort of corruption tends to undermine respect for the law. So does the sense that police are arbitrarily targeting a small percentage of lawbreakers, because that's all they can manage to do, for arrest and punishment, especially when enforcement has a racially disproportionate impact.
Bro?
One glaring example of that is the difference between federal penalties for the snorted and smoked forms of cocaine. Up until, starting in 1986 and up until 2010, The mandatory minimum sentences for cocaine powder kicked in at weights 100 times as high as the cutoffs for crack cocaine. As a result, low-level crack dealers who were overwhelmingly black tended to get more severe sentences than higher-level powder dealers who were more likely to be white or Hispanic. And the Fair Sentencing Act of 2010 changed that ratio from 101 to 18 to 1. So if you do the math, you'll see that's exactly 82% less insane. Also, we saw stark racial disparities when the NYPD cracked down suddenly on cannabis consumers during the Giuliani and Bloomberg administration. These low-level marijuana possession arrests had averaged less than 2,500 under the two mayors that preceded Giuliani. After 1996, they skyrocketed, peaking at more than 50,000 in 2011. And blacks and Latinos that year accounted for 84% of the possession arrests. On its face, this was very puzzling, this surge in pot bust, because New York supposedly had decriminalized marijuana possession back in 1977. But it was still a misdemeanor to possess marijuana that is burning or open to public view. And defense attorneys frequently complained that police would pat down young men, ostensibly looking for weapons, which they almost never found, and then pull out a joint or pull out a bag of weed. Now it's exposed to public view. Now I can arrest you. Another trick was to say, you know, if you have any contraband on you, you probably turn it over to me. It'll work out better for you. It did not work out better, no, because that's now a misdemeanor you can be arrested for. So when you combine that sort of trickery with the routine hassling of young black and Latino men that prevailed under the stop and frisk program, you can start to see why police are widely viewed as the enemy in neighborhoods they're supposed to be protecting. And those disparities that you saw in New York are seen throughout the country. The ACLU estimates that nationwide, black people are about 4 times as likely to be arrested for marijuana possession as white people, even though the rates of cannabis consumption in the two groups are about the same. Altogether, police in the United States made more than 660,000 marijuana arrests in 2018, more than 9 out of 10 for simple possession. So this is not dealing, it's not manufacturing. Most people arrested for possessing small amounts of marijuana are not going to spend a lot of time behind bars, but there are these long-lasting ancillary penalties that make it harder to obtain an education, get a job, find housing. Altogether, including all drug offenses, police in the United States made 1.7 million drug arrests in 2018. At any given time, there are about 500,000 people who are locked up in jails or prisons for drug offenses. Drug offenders account for about half of federal prisoners and about 15% of state prisoners. Arresting all of those people for conduct that violates no one's rights unjustly deprives them of their liberty and impairs their life prospects. It also hurts their families and communities. And it frequently entails draconian penalties, including sentences of years, decades, and even life for nonviolent offenses. Now, prohibition obviously makes life worse for drug users by exposing them to the risk of violence and the risk of arrest. But you also have the problem that when you're in a black market, you don't know what you're buying. If you buy a bottle of whiskey, you can be pretty confident how much alcohol is in that. Not the same when you buy black market products, you don't really know what's in them. Very dramatic demonstration of that was the crackdown on pain pills, after which opioid-related deaths were on an upward trend that not only continued but accelerated. Why? Because people who had been using opioids that were delivered in legally produced, reliable doses were suddenly using black market products instead, and these are widely variable in terms of purity and potency and unpredictable. More likely you're going to make fatal errors. Fentanyl has only compounded this problem because it's increased the variability, and this is also a phenomenon that's driven by prohibition because prohibition drives drug traffickers toward more potent substances that are easier to smuggle. You also have the motivation to inject drugs that are artificially expensive, which leads to, and combine that with rules that obstruct access to clean injection equipment. You're now spreading AIDS and hepatitis. You have soft tissue infections as a result of not having sanitary equipment. And one of the really notable things about these burdens is that for the most part, they're falling on people who do not benefit from them. Because the people who are being punished are the ones who are defying prohibition. The people that you imagine you're helping are the ones who are deterred by prohibition from making poor choices that they would otherwise make. And I think that is really morally questionable, even if you believe in paternalism as a rationale for government intervention. Which is not to say that the burdens of prohibition fall exclusively on people who like illegal drugs. The rest of us all pay. I shouldn't say us. Everyone else pays in the form of squandered taxpayer money, diverted law enforcement resources, theft driven by artificially high drug prices, and eroded civil liberties. The war on drugs has been the main reason why the Supreme Court for decades has been whittling away at the Fourth Amendment's ban on unreasonable searches and seizures. Just a few examples. The court has said it's okay to rummage through your trash without a warrant. You can surveil private property from low-flying aircraft without a warrant. You can impose mandatory drug testing on public school students. You can get search warrants based on anonymous informants who may or may not exist, and they often do not exist. And you can justify a search based on a cop's report of a dog's signal. The war on drugs is also the main excuse for the system of legalized theft that's known as civil asset forfeiture, where they can take money or other property, claiming that it is connected in some way to drug offenses. Then the burden is now on the owner to get it back. It often costs more to get back the property than the property is worth. We could avoid these disastrous consequences if the government decided to respect the individual's right to control his own body, including the substances that enter it. The government would still have a role, as it does with alcohol, in enforcing laws against fraud, protecting the public from reckless behavior, such as impaired driving, and defending parents' authority by imposing age restrictions on drug sales. But it would otherwise leave adults free to make their own choices. Thanks. And I did not spill my water. I want credit for that.
Alex Berenson for the negative. Alex, take it away.
I want to thank Jacob for that. Also, Gene, thanks for having me. Dave, thanks for setting up. I think Dave already won our debate. So it's sort of funny that I'm up here because until a few years ago, I was a reporter for the New York Times who mainly covered the legal pharmaceutical industry. And for the last few years, I've been writing spy novels. And then this year, being in the chair, I wrote a book about cannabis, which attracted some attention. And I think that's why I'm here. But it is sort of strange that I am one of the seemingly leading voices in the nation now about why we should keep cannabis or not legalize cannabis, why we should keep it in at most a decriminalized state. And now I seem to be broadening that to talk a little bit more about drugs in general. But the reason that is that there are so few people out there who are willing to talk about why drugs should remain illegal. There is a tremendous infrastructure to fight the drug war, but all of those people are fighting tactical battles. They're all trying to, whether they're doctors trying to treat addicts or whether they're law enforcement officers trying to make arrests, it's as if we have forgotten the reason we do this. And there are very, very important reasons to keep to keep drugs illegal. And we can discuss decriminalization versus prohibition, what those terms mean, but why it is as a society that we should have bans on drug use. Jacob and the libertarians and on the other side, liberal policy groups have really seized the philosophical high ground here, and they've been making the same arguments over and over and over again for 30 years. What was so striking to me about Jacob's discussion was that he could have said it 30 years ago, actually, or 20 years ago, or 10 years ago, and yet so much has changed in the last 30 years that really puts the lie to a lot of those arguments. The drug legalizers, sometimes they call themselves drug reformers, and I admire Jacob for having the guts to say it, to call himself a legalizer. They really make the same arguments over and over again. There's sort of an inherent amount of drug use in society. We can't change that. We can't reduce that. We can, it's going to rise or fall on its own. We can only manage it and manage the consequences. We can't stigmatize use. That just hurts people who are using. That just discourages them from getting help and drives them underground. The harm of the use is mainly to the individual, and that's where we should focus our attention. Jacob said problems for them, problems for the user. Let's focus on the user and his or her problems. Let's not worry about the people around the user and the problems that use may cause. The harm to society, as Jacob said explicitly, comes from the drug war, not the pharmacological consequences of drug use. And thus, obviously, the drug war is a mistake. Some people will go so far as to say the pharmacology of drugs does not drive addiction. That addiction comes from trauma growing up. That that most people who use heroin even do not get addicted, which is true, by the way. A majority of people who use do not get addicted, and therefore we shouldn't think of the drug as the problem. The drug is the solution the user is using to treat some other problem in his or her life. Oh, and another point legalizers like to make is that all drugs are basically the same. Caffeine is alcohol, is methamphetamine, is heroin. Everything is the same, and therefore they all deserve to be treated under the same legal scheme. Jacob used the word arbitrarily to discuss efforts to introduce distinctions there. And so the legalizers have made these arguments over and over and over again for 30 years, and they've basically won. They've certainly won in the media. They've won in academia, and there's almost nobody out there who's willing to say, actually, while you've been making these arguments, real life has gone exactly the other way. So let's look at some of the public health changes in the last 30 years. We stigmatized tobacco use. Tobacco kills more people than any other substance.
What the actual fuck,
we
bro?
Didn't like that, and we stigmatized use. And the vaping crisis notwithstanding, we have driven tobacco use way down in the United States and all over the Western world. We stigmatized drinking and driving very successfully, and drinking and driving deaths are down in the United States and all over the Western world. We stigmatized drinking during pregnancy, and fetal alcohol syndrome went down. You can change patterns of use if you tell people. People don't really want to hurt themselves. You can tell them things, truthful things, and they will listen to you, and they will change their behavior on their own. At the same time, we embarked on a giant experiment involving medically prescribed opioids. The amount of medically prescribed opioids in the United States went up about sixfold between 1995 and 2010. And Jacob is wrong when he says that deaths were not soaring in the decade of the aughts, long before we started to try desperately and basically unsuccessfully to discourage this. The United States still has 5 times the amount of opioid prescriptions as it did in the mid-90s. There has been no change in our health that would drive that. That is a result of doctors and drug companies unfortunately making bad decisions. And these are medically prescribed, they're usually insurance paid, and they have led to the worst public health crisis in modern American history. 500,000 people have died from opioid deaths since 2000, and many of those people were taking medically prescribed opioids, not fentanyl, not heroin. These were people who became addicted and couldn't stop and died. And many of them died very quickly. The standardized mortality ratio for somebody who's an opioid addict, a heroin addict, I should say, I'm not entirely sure what the number is if you're an oxy addict, is about 20. That means you're 20 times as likely to die in the course of a year if you're a heroin addict. You're about 5 times as likely to die if you're a cocaine addict. That's not because the drugs are illegal. It's because being addicted to these drugs is dangerous. It's dangerous for you, and it's dangerous for the people around you. So again, if the problem is drugs and not the war on drugs, I don't understand why OxyContin has killed all these people. So the legalizers have a solution to the problems that legalization causes: harm reduction. Harm reduction means trying to fix addiction generally, trying to fix problematic use. And how do we do that? We do it with rehab. We do it with empathy for the user. We do it with support for the user. Unfortunately, none of those things actually work. The only thing there are only 2 ways to convince people to quit using drugs. One is for them to quit on their own, and the other for opioid addicts is to give them what the harm reduction community euphemistically likes to call medication-assisted treatment. Medication-assisted treatment means giving somebody who's an opioid addict a different opioid that you hope won't kill them. So you give them Suboxone or Bupe, and those drugs are less likely to kill you than heroin or fentanyl. Doesn't make you less of an addict. You still need the drug to function. But that is the only harm reduction strategy that really works, that or quitting. So what the legalizers say is, let's let everybody use. Let's not discourage it. It's a moral. It's it's a moral neutral. It's neither good nor bad, and we're just going to try to fix. We're going to try to pick up the problems that inevitably result from use. Unfortunately, this was true in China in 1850, and it's true in the United States in 2019. It's very simple. The larger the population of people you expose to dangerous drugs, the greater the harm. It's like giving people cars that can drive 200 miles an hour. Okay, no matter what safety measures you put on there, you're going to kill more people than if they're driving at 75. The inherent extra risk cannot be mitigated by harm reduction. It can only be mitigated on the way in by discouraging use. And that's what you have to decide to do as a society. And societies can do this. Jacob tried to argue that adults should be allowed to use. So we ban texting and driving, for example. We ban drinking and driving. You can drive 50 miles drunk or on your phone and be pulled over by a cop 30 feet from your house. Why? Because drinking and driving or texting and driving are crimes of risk. We ban those things not because we know they're going to harm somebody, but because they increase the inherent risk. And it is the same with drug use. That is the correct way to think about drug use. It is a crime of risk. Doesn't mean that everyone is going to be hurt. It doesn't mean that everyone is going to do something terrible to his or her family or to the people around them or commit crimes to finance his or her drug use. It means that this is a crime of risk, and societies have the right and the duty to try to mitigate those crimes. So obviously I know more about cannabis than other drugs. And one of the interesting arguments that legalizers like to make about legalization is that somehow prohibition drives up potency because dealers want to sell more potent product. And in this, they talk about prohibition. That was certainly true during prohibition. But there's a big difference between alcohol and every other drug, which is that alcohol is dosed by the gram or the ounce, or in the case of beer, there are kegs. It's a big, heavy drug. To smuggle a lot of it, actually, it does make sense to give people more potent products. With cannabis/THC and with other drugs, that's not true. These drugs are dosed by the microgram, the milligram, the gram. And the fact is, what drives use and potency and danger is the user demand for more potent drugs. And that is the American experiment with cannabis legalization proves that beyond a doubt. Everybody who was in favor of legalization said, there'll be people who want higher CBD products. We're not going to see a big increase in THC. Exactly the opposite has happened. Basically, dispensaries are selling 25 to 30% THC cannabis, flower cannabis, when 15 years ago the standard was 5 or 6%. And for a lot of users, even that isn't enough. They want near pure semi-synthetic extracts that are basically THC. User demand drives potency more than prohibition. So that is another myth that legalizers say. So what do you do when you have all these problems? You deny them, and you focus on an unfortunate few, and I will say police crimes, because the conduct Jacob described certainly sounds criminal to me. Cases where the drug war has gone too far, where police have acted unethically or illegally, and you ignore the fact that the vast majority of child deaths in the United States, and the United States has far more child deaths than any other industrialized country, and I'm talking on a per population basis, come at the hands of people using. Okay, the legalization community has focused our attention very successfully on the harm that users face. And it has somehow distracted us from the fact that it's actually the users actually benefiting from his chemical euphoria on some level. The real harm, the truest harm, comes to people around the user, the innocents who have to deal with addiction, and innocents, most of all, children whose parents are using they can't take care of. And for every case that Jacob mentioned, I could unfortunately tell you 10 of parental drug users who did horrible things to their kids. Okay, so we have a right and a duty as a society to discourage drug use. We can discourage it legally. We call that prohibition. We can discourage it through ad campaigns. We call that stigma. I would lump all of this as prevention. And we can make distinctions between different drug classes, and we can make distinctions between the harm that they cause, and we can and should do that as a society. We should not just say this is a moral neutral, and we can't control it, and all we can do is clean up the after effects, because that's not true, and it leads to higher use, and higher use inevitably results in more harm and more death. Thank you.
Rebuttal from Jacob. You want to take this podium? Yeah. Yeah.
So I want to explain
Yeah,
why
I'm
I say
toast.
the drug laws are arbitrary. Not that all drugs are the same or have the same costs and benefits, but for example, pretty much every objection that you can raise against an illegal drug can be raised with equal or greater force against alcohol. Yet alcohol is legal. So the laws are arbitrary in that sense. They're not based on a scientific evaluation of the hazards of each substance, which leads to a decision about the legal status. Alex mentioned several things, positive things that were accomplished without prohibition. Decrease in smoking, which has gone down dramatically over the last few decades. Decreases in drunk driving, decreases in heavy drinking during pregnancy. We didn't ban alcohol, we didn't ban tobacco. In terms of opioid prescriptions and opioid-related deaths, certainly it's true that people were dying after using prescription pain pills, typically, by the way, in combination with various other drugs. The data out of New York City indicate that 97% of so-called overdose deaths are actually involve combinations of drugs. Drug-related deaths have been going up since the late 50s, actually, and this is all happening under prohibition. This is a long-term trend, and when you're looking at people engaging in reckless drug behavior, possibly getting more reckless. For sure, the availability of pain pills has something to do with the fact that pain pills were used, but it doesn't mean that none of this would have happened in the absence of the increase in prescriptions. And in fact, as I mentioned, when prescriptions were brought down by the government, you actually saw an acceleration of the trend. Why is that? Acceleration of the upward trend in opioid-related deaths. The death rate among heroin users is roughly 8 times as high as the death rate among illegal or non-medical users of pain pills. It makes it more dangerous, not less, to crack down on pain pills. Alex poo-pooed the idea of giving people substitute opioids that are in controlled doses that are less likely to kill them. I think that's a good thing, that they're less likely to die. If we're worried about people dying, we should try to reduce the harms associated with drug use. It doesn't make sense to take somebody who is used to using a certain drug every day and throw them into the black market where the drugs are far more hazardous. I would point out availability doesn't automatically translate into higher addiction rates. Opioid-related deaths or drug-related deaths were actually going down prior to the Harrison Narcotics Act, prior to the beginning of drug prohibition in the U.S. The fact that you legalize something might lead to an increase in use, as we're seeing with marijuana among young adults especially. Not, by the way, children, which is interesting. I didn't even expect that. Counterintuitive. But what we're really interested in is the harm associated with drug use. Increase in use in itself is a benefit. That means more people are getting satisfaction they wouldn't otherwise get. What we're interested in, are they hurting themselves? Are they hurting other people? And is it better in a prohibition situation? I would argue it's not. And the one final thing about the violence, there's violence inherent in the war on drugs. I mean, that's why they call it the war on drugs. So this is not just a few, yes, some of these cops are unethical and especially reckless. It's true. but it is a necessary part of drug prohibition that you use force to enforce it. You create these situations that have all sorts of potential for going wrong, even if every cop is conscientious about doing his job. So you will have people being killed. And if these, if somebody's not falsely, this guy in New Orleans was actually a marijuana dealer, as far as I know. He wasn't falsely accused. It wasn't a trumped-up case. Had he actually had a gun, that would have been considered a justifiable use of deadly force by the cop, even though, on the face of it, he's defending his own home against armed intruders. So violence is inherent in the war on drugs. You can't eliminate it, even if all cops are conscientious.
5 minutes rebuttal.
I would just say, I do agree with medication-assisted treatment. I think it's the only thing that works. I think it's unfortunate that opioids, once you become addicted to them, have such a hold on you. Whoever you are, whether or not you have childhood trauma, whether or not you have a family, they are pharmacologically devastating. And they're so devastating that for many people, the only answer is a substitute addiction, which is less dangerous.
God
Why
damn.
on earth we would want
This
that
beer
product
sucks my
to be
dick,
widely
bro.
available? A product that anybody could walk into a store and buy. I have no idea. And so, Jacob didn't really dispute the numbers that I gave you about.
No, I got
standardized mortality.
toasted on that
Alcohol, aside from people who are heavy users, has no or very limited increase in standardized mortality. What we're talking about ratios of 1.1, maybe 1.2, and then as you start to use more, as you become addicted, it becomes an appreciable number. But alcohol is not as dangerous as these other drugs. The reason there's a lot of harm with alcohol is because so many people use alcohol. Okay, if heroin or cocaine use approached anything like alcohol use, if even first-time use approached anything like alcohol use because of the propensity of people to become addicted, we would have a devastated society. Okay, cannabis use right now in the United States is only, in terms of casual use, the number of people who used last year in the United States is about 42 million. Okay, more than 4 times as many people used alcohol. But because people don't realize how addictive cannabis is, the number of daily users of cannabis is almost as high for cannabis as for alcohol. Okay, these drugs do exist on a spectrum, and although cannabis use is more...
Be right back, I gotta pee. Hey man. Oh my god, buddy. Yo, that's my game, pal. That's my game. Get any towers on the... Buddy, no. fast. Oh, what the fuck? I don't have the fucking gold mine set up there. Fuck me. shit, where's my video at? Fuck.
I'm sorry, although alcohol use is more physically toxic than cannabis use, I think anybody who reads the studies with an open mind is going to realize that cannabis use is extremely neurotoxic. Okay, there aren't too many drugs that can produce psychosis in people after a single use, and cannabis can. Not permanent psychosis, but you know, when you have your edible and you wind up in the ER because you think your friends are aliens, you've had an episode. It's true, it happens. You've had an episode of cannabis-induced psychosis. Okay, so and cannabis is less dangerous. It's less dangerous than cocaine. It's less dangerous than heroin. It's less dangerous than the opioids. It's less dangerous than methamphetamine. It's still a dangerous drug. We are in the middle of a population-wide experiment here that we have not thoughtfully considered. Okay, and in terms of alcohol, what we should be trying to do with alcohol, because a lot of people can use it casually, is to discourage the people who are heavy users, and probably you do that with higher taxes on it, and penalizing people who are inebriated in public or who are drinking and driving, who are clearly using in an unhealthy way. We can't ever prohibit alcohol. We tried it, it didn't work. There are far too many casual users. But that doesn't mean that we want other drugs to follow the same route as alcohol. One last point. Jacob, I think, would certainly agree that the war on drugs has been aggressive for a long time. Crime in the United States decreased dramatically between 1999 and 2014. We successfully, apparently, prosecuted a war on drugs, reduced crime rates nationally, reduced homicide rates, reduced rates of serious violence, and somehow we did all this while fighting this horrible war on drugs. Now, in the last couple of years, we've sort of taken the brakes, or we've put the brakes on the war on drugs a little bit. We've taught, marijuana arrests are actually down. The legalization lobby is increasingly powerful in cities like Philadelphia and Dallas. There's open, there are prosecutors who are openly in favor of legalization. And guess what? In the last couple of years, both homicides and aggravated assaults have started to go up again. The pharmacological effects of drugs are the same whether they're legal or not, and so we should discourage their use. Thank you.
Thanks for a spirited debate between the two of you. We now go to the Q&A section of the evening. People can line up and ask questions. And at any time, the rules are, at any time, you can each ask the other a question. And if you'd like to exercise that prerogative right now, then do so if you'd like to. Or we can wait for questions and you can use that prerogative later on.
Do I get only one prerogative?
You get as many as you want.
Oh, all right, then may I?
But I can strike your question.
No, okay, yes. You must pick up the microphone.
Oh.
That's the rule here.
Okay. Jacob, who do you think should pay for the treatment for addicts?
Are you willing to kick in?
Is that a serious question?
No,
Yeah.
that's not serious. I think it's analogous to the question of who pays for addiction, to whether drugs are legal or illegal. Who pays for alcohol addiction? It's the same analysis. Libertarians are more skeptical of forcing people to pick up the tab for that sort of thing than you are, obviously. But I wanted to press you on the point about alcohol, actually. So you said alcohol is not as dangerous as these other drugs. You conceded that it is physically, like heavy drinking is physically more deleterious than heavy pot smoking, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. So also in terms of affecting driving ability?
That is not clear.
Marijuana versus, okay. All right, I guess I disagree on that. I think it's very clear that alcohol has a much more dramatic effect on driving ability.
You should look at the statistics from the legalized states.
But that doesn't go to the relative effect on driving ability. That's established in laboratory studies where they look at how how people's performance is affected. But okay, so that's what I'm saying is that is another difference. If you look at addictive liability, I mean, studies typically indicate the addiction rate for alcohol is higher than with marijuana. It actually is higher than in surveys. I mean, what do you buy this idea that exposure to opioid pain pills in itself causes addiction, or is it a function of the circumstances?
I think it causes addiction. I mean, there are going to be people who are more vulnerable, but if you expose everyone in this room to a course of OxyContin for a month or a week, some of those people will become addicted.
Some, but the vast majority not.
Yes, the majority not. I don't know if I'd say we can argue about that.
I mean, how many people here have used opioid pain pills?
Okay, show of hands. Yeah. Let's turn on the lights. Okay.
Can't see. Okay, and how many of you, after your pain was gone, had trouble giving it up and became addicted?
Okay.
I don't see any hands. So that's 100%. We're not addicted.
There actually was a hand.
No, but actually, if you look at, there was one hand. Okay. So, but if you look at the data on drug use disorder, right, among people who use whether for medical or non-medical purposes, it's about 2% any given year, versus something like 9% of alcohol drinkers who have alcohol use disorder in any given year, which again suggests that alcohol is worse or more dangerous in that respect. So, I mean, there are ways I'm sure which alcohol is better too, but it's tastier for one thing. But so I think it goes to the point of the distinctions drawn by the drug laws aren't really based on an objective evaluation of the risk.
Okay, the simple question to you, Alice, was that you do not want to legally prohibit alcohol use, and the answer is the question was again.
No, I do not think we should do that. But I also think that if we're going to talk about the best way to look at this is propensity to become addicted after exposure, which is certainly higher for both heroin and cocaine than for alcohol and marijuana.
No, it's not true.
It is true. It is about 1 in 6 for anybody who drinks, and it's about 1 in 3 for
heroin. One
heroin.
study here, I'm sure you have others, but based on data from the National Comorbidity is true. Okay. So alcohol comes in higher than cannabis or prescription analgesics. It comes in higher than amphetamines. It is slightly lower than cocaine. Did you say cocaine?
Cocaine
Okay.
and heroin are both
And
more addictive.
the biggest one, you know what the biggest one is, though? The highest rate of addiction, tobacco. Okay. So,
Caffeine, by the way.
so
We're
again,
all addicted to
just
caffeine.
goes to the point that these distinctions don't dictate what the laws say. And the other aspect of this is, I mean, you mentioned, bringing down smoking, is that you have to distinguish between addiction and the damage that addiction does. Because addiction in itself is not necessarily damaging. People can be addicted to coffee, as you mentioned. It generally does not cause people much of a problem if they're addicted to caffeine, because they can get it readily. It doesn't have serious health effects. It doesn't disrupt their lives. And you can separate nicotine from the smoking, which of course we've done with e-cigarettes. You have something that people can use throughout the day. It's not going to have a serious harm. It's certainly much less dangerous than smoking. And so you've reduced the impact. That's harm reduction, right?
Okay. Alex, that was a long question from from Jacob. Do you have any answer you want to give? Do you want to give it? You have a question, Jacob?
I don't know if that was a question or a comment, or
okay.
as an old professor of mine, like to say questions, comments, or short speeches.
Okay.
So anyway.
Okay. All right. Question for the audience. It's just ask a question as a question. No need to identify yourself.
Right. So, Alex, would you prohibit marijuana, medical marijuana? That has not been brought up, which kind of surprised me. And then for Jacob, are there any studies, empirical studies, where drugs have been legalized, such as Colorado or Portugal, and what are the results? Has drug use increased or decreased?
Good question. So, Alex first.
So this will probably be my most unpopular answer of the night. I don't really think there is any such thing as medical marijuana. If you look at the studies around cannabis, aside from a couple of very, very narrow conditions, randomized clinical trials have never shown that cannabis works to treat nearly any of the conditions that it's said to treat. And that, by the way, even applies to pain. Okay, you can imagine what the market for a legal prescription non-opioid painkiller would be in this country right now. It would be somewhere. It would be 5 or 10 or 15 billion dollars a year. A company called GW Pharma, which is a cannabinoid pharmaceutical company based in the UK, for years tried to produce a THC CBD blend that it was going to get FDA prescription approval for to market as a painkiller. That effort collapsed in 2015 and 2016 when the largest clinical trials of Sativex against placebo, not against opioids, showed no benefit in pain. For reasons that actually are even a little bit unclear to me, cannabis does not really work in pain. The conditions that THC and cannabis are said to work for, again, there's almost no evidence. CBD and possibly other cannabinoids may work in other conditions. CBD is Epidiolex, is FDA approved. It's a prescription drug to treat epilepsy in children. That's great. I'm all in favor of that. I'm glad insurance companies are covering it. But that does not mean that medical marijuana is a thing. It's not a thing. I would actually be in and the efforts to encourage people to use marijuana for mild psychiatric conditions are among the worst parts of what the cannabis lobby has done in the last 15 years. If I had to choose, I would choose full recreational legalization over medical legalization, because at least then we would be talking about this as a drug, not a pretend medicine. As the head of a cannabis company said to me a couple of weeks ago, the condition it treats is called not being high.
Do you want to address that question, Alex, before you...
Yeah, just briefly. I mean, I actually sort of agree with Alex that the medical benefits of marijuana have been oversold. We can agree on that. I am a little bit more impressed by the evidence. I mean, the FDA has approved THC to treat nausea and restore appetite, and that initially for cancer chemotherapy, and then later for AIDS wasting syndrome. So there's good evidence on that point. When the National Academy has looked at this, they found substantial evidence for a few indications. You're right, it's not nearly as many as some states.
Skip that no to harmony and then go on to the question
you want me
Mark Skousen put to you about the record of legalization in other countries.
Well, I mean, Portugal didn't really legalize, but they aggressively decriminalized such that use was no longer an offense, and they have suasion committees. They, instead of arresting people and putting them in jail, they have treatment available. They seem to have had some success. Overdose deaths went down. Transmission of communicable diseases, I believe, went down. There hasn't been any obvious increase in social disruption, but that is by no means legalization. I mean, just to be clear, it's a form of harm reduction, and I think as far as it goes, it's been pretty successful. In terms of Colorado or other states,
get wrecked.
As I mentioned, you see increases in use by adults, which I take to be mostly a benefit. I'm sure Alex disagrees, but to the extent that it's not causing obvious problems, it's a benefit. I mean, people are getting satisfaction they wouldn't otherwise get. I am pleasantly surprised to see that underage use did not go up. I was not one of those people who was saying there's no way that's going to happen, because what happens when you legalize is that, on the one hand, it's true if you displace the black market, the people in the black market are not checking IDs, and they are serious about checking IDs in the state licensed businesses. But of course, you have leakage from the legal market. So if you have an older brother who's 21 or older, he may get pot for you. You may swipe it from your parents, in the same way that alcohol leaks from the adult market. So that was perfectly plausible to me that would happen. It's kind of amazing that it didn't happen. It hasn't happened so far, and in fact, it's gone down slightly. Teenage marijuana use in Colorado. And possibly there's something to this idea that when you legalize it and your parents are using it, it's not cool anymore. I'm not sure.
I agree with that. 100%.
In terms of other indicators,
I feel like pot is not as cool now because it's not illegal.
Was an increase in stone driving. People would argue this is just going to add to the problems created by alcohol. It is possible that it could reduce the problems created by alcohol to the extent that marijuana is a substitute. That remains unclear whether it's actually serving as a substitute. If people are drinking less, as I mentioned, alcohol has a much more dramatic effect on driving ability. So yes, if you have more stone drivers rather than drunk drivers, that's a net improvement for public safety. It's not clear what's going on in states like Colorado. Yes, you do have an increase in people testing positive for marijuana, but it does not, and who were involved in crashes, it does not mean they were under the influence at the time of the crash or that the marijuana use caused the crash. So it's very hard, based on those data, to figure out whether marijuana is actually, causing accidents that otherwise would not be happening.
So I have to push back on this because that's just completely untrue. Basically all the stuff about driving. Here's the truth, and you can go to the Colorado DOT and look this up. You can go to the Washington DOT and look this up. Overall driving deaths in the states that legalized first are up about 35 to 40% since 2014. Now that's more than the national increase in driving deaths. Even if you adjust for vehicle miles traveled and population, it's significantly more. That's A. B, driving deaths where people were under the influence of THC, and you can distinguish. It is not true that you cannot distinguish between active and inactive metabolites of THC. They do it in tox screens. Driving deaths in which people were under the influence of the active metabolite of THC, it's called delta-9 THC, not THC-COOH, which is the inactive metabolite. Those deaths have approximately tripled in Washington State. They have approximately, I believe, doubled in Colorado. I'd have to check that. There are a couple of things at play here. People generally will not chug vodka while they drive. They will vape and drive. And some people who vape pass out when they vape. And that is obviously dangerous when you're at speed on a highway. It is also not true that the lab studies show that stoned driving is safer than drunk driving. And nor does the data from the CDOT and the Washington DOT. So we are all entitled to our own opinions about legalization, but the facts about what's happened on the roads are clear, and they are not that legalization has made the roads safer. The roads are demonstrably less safe in Colorado and Washington right now.
All right, so I question this equation of testing positive for THC is not the same as being impaired. People can test positive at the cutoff which is used in Washington or in Colorado for presumptive level of impairment. It's not the same as impairment. People, especially people who are regular users, will drive perfectly competently at levels that are above the legal cutoff.
So
it's not equivalent to being impaired. You can't just assume based on the THC blood level, and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration has made this very clear. You cannot equate THC blood levels to impairment.
So
unlike with alcohol, it just does not correspond.
I particularly love this argument because if the alcohol industry, if the spirits industry said, heavy drinkers probably can drink 2 or 3 times as much, so their BAC levels for impairment should be 3 times as high, they would be tarred and feathered, but the cannabis industry will make this argument with a straight face.
Well, it's a question of whether people are actually impaired or not, and I actually think that argument has some merit. In other words, the alcoholics who are going to be the best drivers under the influence. It's true. It's
not how we do things.
It's true. They should probably get some dispensation.
I admire you for being willing to go there.
But I have to, again, I'm going to differ with you. I wrote a very long, feature story about marijuana impaired driving, and I looked very closely at the research about the effects marijuana has versus alcohol. I interviewed a bunch of experts. They all agree. Now, many of them are concerned about stoned driving, no question, but they all agree that alcohol has a far more dramatic effect on driving. I think that's very well established, but we'll leave it at that.
Next question.
Hi. I have a son who was arrested 7 years ago for growing marijuana in a Kansas field. He was sentenced to 3 years in the penitentiary of Leavenworth. Now he can't vote. Now I can't do all of those things for growing marijuana. Do you think that that's an equitable punishment for that crime?
Jacob, why don't you say first?
I do not. And I was
not. Okay,
there actually are people, there aren't a lot, but there are people serving life sentences for growing marijuana to serve the recreational market, which is now a legal business in 10 states, so it's kind of astonishing.
Alex.
It's hard for me to answer without knowing, was he growing 1 plant, was he growing 100 plants, 1,000 plants, was he a
How many plants?
Okay, over 500 plants. So your son was not growing for personal use. He was a drug dealer, or a drug trafficker, really. Is 3 years an equitable sentence for that? I don't know. I do think, by the way, that in general, and this is a whole different topic, your time should be your time. In other words, once you get out, you should not face not being allowed to vote. You should not have to disclose that, certainly for nonviolent felonies, and this is a nonviolent felony. So it's a different issue, but that's a criminal justice issue. I think sometimes people get confused that ending marijuana prohibition, or fully legalizing marijuana, I should say, because we've really ended marijuana prohibition, but fully legalizing marijuana would somehow end these broader issues with the criminal justice system and the social justice issues, and that's not really true. There's a tiny number of people who are serving long prison sentences or really in prison at all for marijuana. I believe the number in Pennsylvania, which has about, I think, 10 million people and has 48,000 prisoners in state penitentiaries, is about 80. So, this is not something that a lot of people are in prison for. I'm not saying people don't get arrested, and I'm not saying there aren't racial disparities in those arrests. But when you look at who's actually in jail, in prison, it's not very many people.
I guess I question the idea that if you decriminalize, possession of small amounts, that means you repeal prohibition. I mean, during alcohol prohibition, it was legal to possess alcohol. If you had accumulated alcohol before prohibition, you were perfectly entitled to have that alcohol and to drink that alcohol. They even created loopholes for supposedly non-intoxicating fermented beverages.
Or for medical use.
So that would be like growing your own pot. But there was no commerce in it that was legal, except for medical purposes, which you probably like that example. You can get a prescription for alcohol during alcohol prohibition. Yeah. Or if you were lucky enough to be Jewish, you had an exemption for sacramental use.
Yeah.
Not very good wine, but still.
Yeah, so
It would get a buzz on.
Did you want to address the question?
But yes. No. My question is, I sense that you don't think people should be arrested or face criminal penalties for using marijuana or having marijuana.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay. So my question is, how do you justify morally saying the thing we want to prevent is the marijuana use? That's the real crime, but the person who does the actual thing we want to prevent is not going to get arrested, but the person who merely helps them do that by growing marijuana for him, for example, is going to go to prison. It seems, ordinarily aiding and abetting is not punished more severely than the crime that you're aiding and abetting. So how do you justify that distinction?
So, you are correct that we cannot have a scheme where the drug is not legal, where we aren't punishing a producer and a trafficker in it. So, that ultimately that is true. So the question is whether or not the user, the individual who chooses to use a small amount for him or herself, or on a daily basis for him or herself, we're going to punish that person. As a practical matter, we're not. There's 40 million people used cannabis in 2018. We're not going to put them all in jail, nor should we. That doesn't mean that we can't have laws against the large-scale, farming of marijuana, the trafficking of marijuana, and if we're going to have those laws, you're right, they have to have some teeth.
Are you saying, Alex, my clarification, you're saying then that heroin users, cocaine users, any user of an illegal drug is not committing a crime?
No, we're talking specifically about cannabis.
But in other words, cannabis users, they're okay, but users of the other drugs, they go to prison.
I'm not saying that they go to prison.
Okay. They could go to prison.
I'm saying, yes, they could go to prison. That's right.
For
possession and use of these more dangerous
I see. Okay.
drugs.
All right. I see. Okay. Just a clarification.
By the way, if we're going to be serious about this and talk, specifically, obviously those people should be sent to drug court first. They should have, multiple chances. But at some point, if the laws against use are going to mean something for these drugs, if we are going to make distinctions, which to my mind are non-arbitrary and are based on the danger of the substance, then at some point we might say this drug is dangerous enough that your continued use of it is a crime, not just something where you're going to be sent to drug court. It's a crime.
I see. Next question.
Thank you both for debating tonight. Alex, you've been arguing that drugs are a risk to society and that that's why they should be banned. If you ever tried to buy life insurance, you know that your premiums go up.
Jesus.
So, given the proven health risk to society that tobacco causes, why should that be legal? And after that woman who reminded me of my mother, and I can only imagine, I'm in jail for growing some pot. Why shouldn't all the tobacco growers be thrown in jail as well for producing a harmful substance? Thank you.
So I think you misunderstand a little bit. It's not so much the harm to society, it's the harm to people around the user, okay? And tobacco doesn't cause psychosis or violent behavior. Alcohol can, that's true, but if you draw a line, okay, and you put caffeine and tobacco on one end as least likely to cause psychosis, and methamphetamine, the hard stimulants, PCP, LSD on the other end as most likely to cause psychosis, and you track that line, you will see that societal disapproval of those drugs roughly tracks that line because people don't like psychosis, they're scared of it, they're scared of the violence it produces. Okay? The opioids are sort of in the middle. They actually don't cause psychosis that often. They have other problems. But that's actually, and that's one reason why the cannabis lobby hates my book so much, because it says you've been saying that cannabis is down here, and the truth is it's much, much higher than you think, and that makes a difference to how we legalize. So there's the tendency of drugs to cause violence, and then there's the tendency of drugs to cause the specific kind of violence that psychosis produces, which is more random and more likely to be targeted at people who had nothing to do with the user. And that is scary for society, and it should be.
But you still make an exception for alcohol, as you said.
Alcohol tends not to produce psychosis except in late-stage users. It does produce, but I mean, and I'm not saying alcohol doesn't produce violence. I'm saying that it doesn't produce psychotic violence as much.
Okay. Comment about that question? You want to?
Well, I mean, I don't. You can pick any particular concern. Violence is one of them, and it will not track very well with the distinctions that the drug laws have drawn. I don't know if we're going to get into your book very much, but the experience of most people is that marijuana is not a drug that tends to make people violent. The studies, which I know you question, but the studies of the effects of marijuana do not suggest that it is associated with a violent crime.
Not true.
The studies that you dismissed, I'm talking about. In other words, when the Office of National Drug Control Policy commissioned a report from
in 2012
Rand Corporation, they said, and they flatly stated that marijuana does not lead to crimes of violence. You disagreed with that, but it is a study nevertheless.
It's 8 years old, and most of the studies that I cite in my book have been published since then. If you give a bunch of people who've been screened against any psychotic tendencies or any history of psychosis small amounts of cannabis in a lab setting, you don't find that cannabis produces violence. That's not where cannabis produces violence. Cannabis produces paranoia and psychosis in a small but real minority of users. And when those people have mental illness, or even if they don't, some of them get extremely violent. That's where cannabis produces violence.
All right, let me press you on a couple of things about Anslinger. I'm not the racist stuff. I understand you don't like that. We'll throw that part out. But you seem to be claiming that he recognized what you are now recognizing, right?
Many societies have recognized
that
Egypt recognized,
right,
India recognized.
Hang on, let me get to the point, which is that he recognized this connection, in other words, between marijuana use and violence. But at the same time, you say that law enforcement officials typically do not report this, or haven't until recently, and the reason is that you had to wait till marijuana got really potent for this to become obvious. So my question is, how was it that Anslinger back in the 20s and 30s was observing this thing that requires potent marijuana when the marijuana was not very potent?
No, I mean, there's been a connection between cannabis and violence that societies have recognized. People in India recognized it in the 1890s. Egypt recognized it. By the way, the notion that Harry Anslinger is responsible for worldwide cannabis prohibition is nonsense. The Egyptian government in 1925 was the government that pushed for prohibition of cannabis because it had experience with hashish-fueled violence. So cannabis, even weaker cannabis, can produce violence if you consume enough of it, or if you happen to be somebody who, unfortunately, has a tendency to paranoia and psychosis that the drug brings out. What Anslinger did, what he was a genius about doing, was talking up this and finding ultra cases, just as you found some very good cases about why the war on drugs is a mistake. He was a propagandist. He was not a scientist, but he happened to be right about the science.
All right, so just along those lines, since the early 90s or so, marijuana use has gone up substantially, potency has gone up substantially,
Yes.
yet crime has
Well,
crime
yes.
has fallen in half.
Absolutely, crime is multifactorial.
Yes, but wouldn't you expect a different result if wider use of marijuana leads to more violent crime?
No.
No. Okay.
Crime is multifactorial.
Alrighty.
Next question.
Boy, I really want to go watch Reefer Madness right now. I feel like you'd like it, Alex, if you haven't seen it.
I have.
My question is for you.
Who's you?
Who's for Alex?
Okay.
So about enforcement of the drug war. So in 1933, during the prohibition on alcohol, the government tried to crack down on industrial alcohol sold to manufacturing companies, by putting methyl alcohol in grain alcohol, rendering it lethal. Subsequently, 10,000 people died. Is this justified?
I'd never heard that before. No, it's not justified.
No, that was what
that-
happened.
is that true?
Yeah, industrial alcohol was allowed for industrial purposes, but they deliberately poisoned it so that it wouldn't be diverted. But it was in fact diverted, and the bootleggers didn't always remove all the methanol, and that's for real. But this may not be your perspective, but people today, prohibitionists, some of them, seriously will make the argument that you don't want drug use to be safer, you don't want to reduce harm, you want to maximize harm, the better to deter people from using drugs. And so, for example, the governor of New Hampshire vetoed a bill to make naloxone more widely available because he said we don't want it to be widely available. We don't want to give people the reassurance that if they overdose, they might be saved. We want them to think that they're more.
So moral hazard is a real problem, but I think you have to allow naloxone, right?
All right.
Both those things can be true.
We agree on that.
Right.
Next question. Next question.
Okay, also for Alex. So you made the argument that drugs are bad, we should discourage drugs, and then all of a sudden, at the end, it jumps in like the whole government should fight the drug war to prohibit them. And it's that last bit that I'd like to understand better. There's crimes of risk. You had this idea, crime of risk.
Yes.
My question is, what is your limiting principle? Meaning, Bloomberg wanted to ban sugary drinks. If I want to do something, and I say I don't believe in climate change, and you say you think I'm threatening the existence of the world, do I go to jail? Like, what's your limiting principle for crimes of risk?
So I think you can look at reasonable measures of the effects on the user and the people around him or her. Sugary drinks are not going to make you hurt your family, okay? And they're probably only marginally going to change your standardized mortality ratio. So you can draw non-arbitrary distinctions here. Now, alcohol. It's interesting because alcohol in some ways is like the big. It's always the big legalizer argument because alcohol does have risk. It has significant risk. But I think legalizers of other drugs tend to overstate the risk of alcohol. Not that alcohol doesn't have risk, but remember, 165 million Americans used last year. So we can draw reasonable distinctions.
Comment about the question?
I think it's problematic to say crime of risk because what you mean is that some of the people who do this, who engage in this behavior, are going to end up hurting other people. Is there no way to distinguish? Do we have to penalize everyone because some minority is going to behave irresponsibly?
Final question. Yeah, of the evening. Go ahead.
Okay, neither of you addressed the carceral state in your opening arguments specifically or in depth on police violence, or in your rebuttals. And I would like to know how you weigh the social, moral, and economic implications against both your arguments for the drug war's influence in mass incarceration. And I guess as a follow-on question, Alex, why do you hate fun?
I didn't hear that last one. What does he hate? What?
Fun. I'm just high on life, man.
I guess what your question is basically about incarceration. Is that what your question?
Why were neither of you addressing mass incarceration as part of your arguments or rebuttals? What are your thoughts on the social, moral, and economic costs thereof?
Mass incarceration.
Sure.
Let Jacob go.
Yeah, I think I did talk about incarceration and why it's unjust for crimes that violate no one's rights. So the proper penalty for growing marijuana is zero. 0 time is the proper penalty. And so none of those people should be in prison. I would note that anti-prohibitionists or legalizers tend to exaggerate the role of the war on drugs in filling prisons. As I mentioned the figures. The current figures are about 15% of state prisoners and about half of federal prisoners are there for drug crimes. If you released every single one of them, we would still have way too many people locked up in this country.
How many people altogether, approximately? You said half of something? The absolute number?
The total
You
is...
said half of the federal prisoners. How many?
I think it's around 100,000, isn't it?
100,000? Okay.
15% of state prisoners. Yeah, so I mean, you're talking about a lot of people. Like I said, it's about 500,000, especially if you include jails, 500,000 people locked up at any given time for violating the drug laws. But you still have a huge number of people who are there for various other kinds of offenses. And if you're serious about attacking mass incarceration, you not only have to say, well, this wasn't so bad a crime or this wasn't so violent a crime, but talk about
they don't
what's the
attack me
appropriate penalty
anymore.
for violent crimes. And, the U.S. has this attitude that, 30, 40, 50 years, the rest of your life, that's the right penalty. And it doesn't necessarily, it's not necessarily just, it doesn't necessarily make sense in terms of a public safety payoff. If you look at what happens to people after they've been locked up for years, they become much less likely to recidivate at a certain point. And to keep old men, locked up for the rest of their lives, even if they did commit what you and I would all recognize as genuine predatory crimes, it doesn't make sense. But if you're serious about tackling mass incarceration, you have to go beyond the war on drugs and talk about the punishments that we mete out for predatory crimes.
Comment, Alex? Yeah.
That's all true. The average sentence for a murder in the United States is 20 years, and people tend to serve about 2/3. So if you kill somebody and you're convicted, you'll probably do 13 or 14 years. Ag assaults, which are serious assaults, you do 2 to 3 years.
You guys have encouraged each other to digress about
No,
the laws.
but I would just say this. So Jacob is right. As to whether or not the United States has a mass violence problem, and I'm not talking about mass shootings. Obviously, that's a problem too. But we have 17,000 murders a year. We have 800,000 aggravated assaults a year. We have a lot of people in jail because a lot of people commit crimes.
Can't believe you ate all that pizza.
You had a pizza and a half, I had a pizza and a half. We're even, okay?
There was like 5 slices of that left this morning.
No, there were 4. It was literally half a pizza.
It's crazy to me that you wake up and you can eat that much food in the morning.
I hadn't eaten since yesterday afternoon. I didn't have
Okay. Well, you had lunch pizza yesterday, right after you had dinner pizza the night before, and tots.
Yeah. Don't judge me. Only half veggie.
It's just, really what I don't understand is how you can work after eating a half of a medium pizza.
If those were large, I'd probably couldn't. But the fact that they were medium pizzas,
It's cold, man. I'm in the stuffy room and it's cold. Why do you have it at 72?
turn up.
I did. Alright, I'm gonna come back through and do the challenges later. It's time to have a little more fun with this fucking game. Be chill.
Unfortunately, in this country. And that's a bigger issue than one that the criminal justice system alone can solve. I personally don't, when I look at the sentences, think they're hugely overstated, but I know that's an unpopular position these days too. But I do admire Jacob for, telling the truth about who's in.
Okay, on that note of admiration, I guess we're done, right? Yes, okay. So the Q&A part of the evening is over. Jacob gets a 5-minute summary, followed by Alex. Take it away, Jacob.
Okay, so all drugs have risks. There's no such thing as a completely safe drug. Certainly marijuana has risks, alcohol has risks, tobacco has risks, heroin has risks. In many cases, these risks are exaggerated. In many cases, what we think of as being a risk of the drug itself is actually a risk that's created by prohibition. So people, for example, can take opioids for years and years without any serious health damage. Not true of heavy drinking. You will see serious health damage. The real problem is the unreliable quality and potency in the black market. And Alex says, well, drug dealers are supplying fentanyl because that's what drug users want. By and large, that's not true. They will tell you they would rather avoid fentanyl. Fentanyl is much easier to smuggle into the country just through the mail in a small package. You can get a huge number of doses. It's about 50 times as potent as heroin. So the economic incentives created by prohibition encourage the emergence of drugs like fentanyl. And then you have drugs that are even more potent than fentanyl analogs of various kinds. This is something that's being imposed on people. If they had their choice, this isn't necessarily what they would want. Although there may be a few people out there who love their fentanyl, for the most part, this is something that's being imposed upon them by both the traffickers responding to the economic incentives created by prohibition. People would prefer to know what they're getting and not, accidentally overdose when they take their drug. So we need to separate out the risks that are inherent in certain drugs from the risks that are created by prohibition. And you have to include when you're tallying up the costs, not just the unreliable potency and the unpredictable potency in the black market, but also all of the ways in which the law penalizes people for using drugs. That's also a cost. Is it justified? To my mind, it can never be justified in principle because you're punishing these people in order to deter other people who you imagine will become addicted and have drug problems if it weren't for the war on drugs. And I guess I just can't get over, I make both of these arguments. I make the moral argument and I also make a cost-benefit argument. And I think that they complement each other. But I just can't get past this idea that you are using force and violence against people who are not violating anyone's rights. And even though Alex wants to go sort of easy on drug users at the beginning, he says if they keep being bad, they're going to have to be locked up. I just don't get that. By what principle of justice do you lock someone in a cage for doing something that violates no one's rights? That's the bottom line to me.
So the pharmacological effects of drugs are completely independent from whether or not they're legal or illegal. That's the thing to remember about all of this. And so the question is whether or not introducing a large group of people to drugs like heroin or cocaine or super potent cannabis is likely to lead to negative societal outcomes overall. And we've already, first of all, we know that introducing a large number of people to alcohol, some of those people get eaten, they get swallowed up, and that turns out to be true with cannabis too. I can't really even imagine what it would be like if people could walk into a store and buy heroin or cocaine. The risks, or methamphetamine, and what society would look like, because again, the drug legalization community, the drug reform community, has successfully made this about the user when it should be about everyone around the user, because those are the people who suffer the consequences and don't even get the high. And most of the time, those people are completely innocent. And so, as a society, we have a right and a duty to protect people around people making terrible decisions. And we can try to protect people from making their decisions themselves. You know, obviously there's going to be some people out there who use, who use cannabis, who use alcohol, who use tobacco, who use hard drugs, or I shouldn't say hard because, who use heroin, who use cocaine, but we can try to minimize and discourage use, or we can have a society where the producers of those drugs are allowed to advertise them on television and have stores and compete to have the lowest products possible, and that will lead to untold damage, again, not just to the user, but to the people around him or her. And that's what we should be thinking about, and that's why we have the right to prohibit these substances, or to try to prevent their use is really a better word, because we can't prohibit them. They exist, and some people are going to use them, but we can be encouraging their use, we can be morally neutral and societally neutral on their use, or we can actively discourage their use, and we should actively discourage their use. Thank you all.
Well, thanks to both sides for a very spirited debate. We're opening up the voting, so please vote yes, no, or undecided on the resolution. While you're doing that, I want to announce again that the next debate will be Tuesday, November 5th. Richard Wolff, who has been called the leading socialist economist in the country by Cornel West, who's been called by the New York Times probably America's most prominent Marxist economist, will be defending the resolution, socialism is preferable to capitalism as an economic system that promotes freedom, equality, and prosperity. Taking the negative will be me. This debate is going to be held not here, so please, we don't want any stragglers walking mistakenly here on November 5th. It will be held at NYU's Kimmel Center at 60 Washington Square South. That's only about 8 blocks from here. On the 6th floor, we're going to have our volunteers directing you to the 6th floor. The hall is twice as large as this one. We want a lot of socialist butts in seats for that particular debate. We hope more socialists than libertarians or free market people will be there. We're going to do a major promotion with the Jacobins, with the NYU students, and with the New School students, because Richard Wolff is indeed an emeritus professor at the New School. And so, and then of course we will, as we had in the last socialism debate, have Dave Smith up there, hopefully not as he did in the past, alienating too many members of the audience with some of his jokes. So it could be quite a rollicking evening, and I promise to be totally polite to Richard Wolff. He's actually got 2 or 3 years on me. I regard him as sort of my alter ego. We both sort of learn from the same people. As I've revealed, my mommy was a commie. I learned socialism even before Richard Wolff did. So it will be a very spirited exchange about all aspects of socialism, prosperity, freedom, and equality. I hope you can be there. November 5th, again, Kimmel Center at NYU. And how are you doing, Jane? We need a little bit more time. Yes.
Charge the socialists, or do they get to go for free?
Well, the socialists are going to get a huge discount.
I don't know, whether or not I won the debate, and I just hope that if you're interested, I have books.
Oh yeah.
Books,
Forgive me, Alex. Wow. Did I let come down on the job? Sorry. Alex wrote a book about marijuana. It's sold well. Alex, by the way, of course, has written a lot of books that have sold really well. A very accomplished writer, and no matter what you think of his opinions, an engaging writer. And I'm just trying to speak to the libertarians out there, Alex, on your behalf. Mystery writer, and lead writer for the New York Times. And so he'll be doing book signing and sales. What's the price, Alex?
You can can get it for the low price of $20.
Yeah,
The
just give
list
it-
is 26, and
give-
if I sign it, it's $19.
Just, okay. Just give him a $20 bill, one of these, and that's very efficient to buy the book. And that's, of course, what I recommend to everybody. Just take $20 bills. You know, it's too complicated to deal in plastic or Bitcoin, for that matter. So that's great, Alex, and thank you very much for saying that. I really apologize for forgetting that in all of the confusion about this $20 bill. So where do we stand? Is absolute what? I'm sorry, what did you just say? Okay. Okay, the results are here. Okay. Okay, now I have to dangle the Tootsie Roll in front of... What? Well, yeah, exactly. I thought that James said it was an absolute tie. Honestly, I thought he said that. He actually said it was an absolute tie. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Oh, God. Okay. We began, a yes vote was 48.78%, yes vote in favor of Jacob, and he rose to 58.54. He gained 9.76% of the vote. And now, of course, you, Alex, you began with 25.61, pretty good initially, and you rose to 35.37. If you do the math, you two picked up exactly 9.76% of the vote, and so... This is the first. They both got a Tootsie Roll. Well, congratulations to you both.
If all U.S. citizens had access to Medicare, the government's medical insurance program for the elderly, would the U.S. have been in a better position to handle the COVID-19 pandemic? Or would it have only made matters worse? That was the subject of an online SOA Forum debate held on Wednesday, August 19th, 2020. Arguing in favor of Medicare for All was University of Massachusetts at Amherst economics professor Gerald Friedman, author of the book The Case for Medicare for All. He went up against Sally Pipes, president of the Pacific Research Institute and author of False Premise, False Promise, the disastrous reality of Medicare for All. Here's Gerald Friedman and Sally Pipes in an online debate moderated by Soho Forum director Gene Epstein.
The resolution reads, the COVID-19 pandemic makes it all the more urgent for the U.S. to install a system of Medicare for all. Defending the resolution, University of Massachusetts economics professor Gerald Friedman. Opposing the resolution, Sally Pipes of the Pacific Research Institute. I'll be keeping track of the time and will be briefly interrupting each debater to say when he or she has 5 minutes left and 1 minute left. Jerry, you're first up to defend the resolution. The COVID-19 pandemic makes it all the more urgent for the U.S. to install a system of Medicare for all. Jane, please close the initial vote and take it away, Jerry.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for having me. I'm particularly honored to be discussing this topic with Sally Pipes. I've been reading her work, including criticisms of some of my work for years, and come to respect her as an honest critic and a sophisticated analyst of health policy. So I think this should be fun. Like the best criticisms of Medicare for All, whether in the time of COVID or before, Pipes' critique comes in three parts: economic theory, empirical analysis, and case studies. While her book integrates these three, I'm going to pull them apart here, discuss each separately, and then zero in on the implications of the COVID crisis. Case studies, first of all, make great rhetoric, but can be a bad guide to policy. Ms. Pipes gives us examples of people mistreated by Canadian or British health authorities. I give examples of people in the United States denied care by insurance companies or due to the inability to pay for adequate insurance. Trading examples can make for fun, but by itself, it's a fruitless practice. These large countries, case studies, anecdotes become useful only when they point to essential features.
Is there a difference to you between recognizing symptoms in yourself versus diagnosing yourself? Is there a difference to you between recognizing symptoms in yourself versus diagnosing yourself?
I mean, I don't really think so. Those are basically the
Okay,
same
if
process.
you don't recognize the difference between these two things, then I don't
understand.
understand why you are having or trying to have these conversations when you're ill-equipped to do so. I don't understand how you don't recognize the difference between a diagnosis of something versus recognizing symptoms. Because if you would just like...
At the end of every round, a panel of 3 judges, Katarana, Danabo, and surprise guest judge, Vadim Newquest, host of Creationist Cat, will be judging your performance. If you do poorly or do not talk enough, you'll be eliminated. If you do good enough, you'll stay in. I want no complaints. The odds of you winning the championship, considering the amount of people here, is 6.25%. So please enter this knowing that most likely you're a humegalol who is going to lose. If you do that, then you can't get your feelings hurt.
Is that how it's pronounced?
Look at you, Xander.
Humaleg?
Yeah, I'm the WHO Megaloi now.
Now.
Oh, is that the Xander? Do I hate him?
No slurs, nothing
No,
against
that's Xavier.
TOS, and no attacks based on immutable characteristics. That means no going after anybody because of their race, gender, sexual orientation, identity, or anything of that sort.
What if they're
As long as
immutably
you
stupid?
That's fine.
Is religion fine?
Religion? Oh God. Let's just pretend the question wasn't asked.
But what about if they're Jewish? Is that like religious or ethnic? Is that okay?
Okay,
or?
we're not. Okay, you know what? We're not going after religion. We're taking that off the table. Thank you very much. So, welcome to the championship. We're going to start the first round, which will be about 25 minutes before the first person is voted off and replaced. The first topic is how is Biden doing as president? How is he doing as president? Is he doing a decent job? Is he doing a bad job? I will introduce you all because we don't have time for intros. The people on your screen right now is American Nacho on the top left. Next to him is Counterpoints. Next to them is Demon Mama. Next to them is Destiny. I, of course, am Dylan Burns TV, your luxurious host. Next to me is Sprouticus. Then it is Trihex, then Xander Hall, then Lonerbox. You can find all the information in the description of the YouTube video that will be produced afterwards. You may begin. Please remember to follow the rules, and remember, always be nice. Make sugar your favorite spice. You may begin. Yeah.
All right, guys, what do you want to start with? Do you want to start with his response to COVID, his infrastructure plan, immigration? Where do we want to start?
Are you saying it's positive or negative? I want to start with the fact that the first problem Biden encountered, he directly handed it off to his vice president. Like the first actual problem he went into office and encountered, it was, okay, this is Kamala Harris's problem.
What problem was that? What problem was that?
Immigration and the border wall.
Yeah, she went over to, what was it? I think it was Guatemala, I think it was, where she did like a statement about it, where she talked about how they're going to be giving, I think it was $2 or $3 trillion in aid. I forget what country it is. It's in South America, and it's got, like, we have a lot of immigrants that come to there due to the crime and the corruption of the government. She said she's going to, the Biden administration's going to be funneling a ton of money over there to help root out the corruption and stem the crime.
It didn't even want her there, though. First off, that country didn't even want her there. Second off, she still hasn't been to the border. The closest she got was 30 miles away in San Antonio. That is the closest.
I don't know why.
Wait. One at a time. One at a time. The first person I heard talk was Destiny, so I'm gonna give it to him.
Yeah. So number one, delegating things to your VP is not a bad thing. I don't know why we make that sound like a bad thing. And number two, who the fuck cares if you actually go to the border wall or not? I mean, I guess we can talk about like the optics of how that looks, but I think it's probably more relevant to talk about border wall policy, whether or not you have a photo op of the border wall.
It's not just a photo op, though, is it? It's more than a photo op. You're going down the border to see what's on the ground with your own eyes, because that's really how you get a perspective of what's going on, is when you look at it through your own eyes. You can say no, Destiny, all you want, but this is how presidents have done it for decades, okay? When something goes down, they go there. And Biden decided that it was Kamala Harris's problem, and Kamala Harris didn't even go there. The entire Biden presidency has since been a joke. All Biden did about COVID was he adopted Trump's plan with a few minor changes.
Don't hop
in. I'm just saying that it's a bit of a joke.
Like, okay, hold on. This is really silly. It is absolutely normal for presidents to delegate tasks to their vice president. This is a like completely invented grievance. If we're gonna talk about things that like Biden has and hasn't done, I have a couple things I could bring up. one of the things, a bit of a topic that's in my wheelhouse that Biden has done really well, which is a civil and social victory, is that he has now instated a federal policy by which trans people can have without needing a complex and incredibly lengthy process, actually change their gender marker and name on their passport. Again, without a whole pile of paperwork that's necessary. That's really, really awesome. In fact, they're also going to be adding in an option for a non-binary gender selection on passports, which is huge and not something that's likely to be undone. One of the things that I most praised about Obama was the fact that Obama actually put into place a policy by which you could get your passport changed just with a note from your doctor. You no longer need that now, which is fantastic. I support that very much. The only problem with Obama's version was that it was immediately undone by Trump. This is not one that can do that. By adding a non-binary option, it becomes very difficult to undo. That is a civil rights victory. With regard to COVID, I mean, look, anything is better than what Trump did. Trump literally went around saying that COVID wasn't a problem. Right now, I'm just checking, just out of curiosity on Bing here, fatal cases of COVID in America is at 612,000. So, you know, I'm just going to say, damn, Biden's done a pretty good job getting the vaccination out to people. We've had a significant drop in deaths from COVID.
Nearly half of all adult Americans are fully vaccinated. It's been pretty significant. On his first day in office, in his first 100 days in office, Biden enacted, I believe it was executive order to mandate mask wearing on federal property and mandatory quarantines for international travel. $2 trillion in spending on COVID relief. Pretty damn significant, way better than Trump. Trump's administration didn't have any plans whatsoever for vaccine rollout. They found that during the transition. Biden's plan, far more constructive, an actual plan for starters that exists and has had a much larger effect. We're actually starting to see things go back to normal, which would not have happened.
I thought I was on a panel. Wait. Counterpoints. Hasn't said anything yet. He was the first to grab it. Counter.
Sure. I thought I was on a panel with a bunch of leftists. Why are we blowing a neoliberal fascist? What are we doing here? Like, is this just going to be a circle jerk about how fucking...
I'm sorry, have you ever seen me call Biden a neoliberal fascist? Because I don't know if you're aware of my content, but I spent basically the last 2 years, almost 3 years that I've been doing this, shilling for Biden over Trump, okay? There's no doubt in my mind whatsoever at any point that I've been doing this, that Biden was a better pick than
But
Trump.
I thought this was all tactical. I thought it was all tactical because, you know, Trump was like the actual fascist and, you know, the Biden and the Democrats are just this like ineffectual fucking stopgap for fucking, you know, like...
If you want me to complain about Democrats, we can talk about the infrastructure bill and those that won't vote on it or that won't support it, but I'm not going to take away achievements that Biden has made because I have criticisms of him. That's not how you honestly critique something.
You're taking them away from Trump. You're taking them away from Trump because like the large majority of what Biden has done so far for COVID, the large majority of what Biden has done so far for COVID was following Trump's guidelines and how he was going to act in the future. He made very little to no changes. He made very little to no changes to the actual plan, and Biden just carried out what Trump was going to do. That's all Biden did.
There was no plan.
Biden's rollout wasn't...
Pause.
Oh god, this is like a nightmare.
D-Mama was
I
the
don't know
first
if
to
I
grab
can...
it. D-Mama's the one who
Jumping into this conversation is like...
I've had Loaderbox say anything yet.
Appreciate that. So there's a couple of things I could say here. First of all, if we want to go into critiques of Biden, I do have a very solid critique that I would like to make of Biden, but I think that it's fair to give credit where credit is due. Even me, a extreme lefty, I think it's very good. We are in a time of extreme crisis, and that the good things that are done should be praised. I think that the goal that he has of pushing through the human infrastructure plan is absolutely necessary for our economy. Keep in mind, a pandemic is a disaster that affects individual people. It affects individual people. They get sick, and that damages the economy. We need stuff like that. But if you want to know what my critique of Biden is, well, my critique is that he doesn't have an answer that's good enough for climate change. Climate change is a global threat. I mean, I've been doing so much research on climate change recently, and it is horrifying. If you even go look at the flooding in Germany, literally unprecedented flooding in Germany, if we have something like that happen here, I have no doubt, given our preparedness for something like the pandemic, that we're not ready. And I think that Biden needs to be willing to do aggressive action, and I just don't think he is. I think he's too committed to trying to play bipartisanship with people who are straight up obstructing him every step of the way, sometimes to the degree of just straight up inhumanity. The unwillingness to even engage with the idea that we might need to provide some relief during a global pandemic, and we're supposed to be ready for climate change, a climate change that is surpassing every single prediction that we've had so far, which were already dangerous. Yeah, I'm sorry, but Biden needs to really spine up on that. If you want my criticism of it, that's the biggest one. Climate change is terrorizing our entire country already. We have a drought currently declared in where I live. We have droughts all over California.
What is
We
the
have
speaking
fires.
time on
We've
this?
begun
Holy
to have
shit.
smoke seasons. We're going to be having flooding if we get heavy rains. This is a super, super serious issue that Biden, I mean, for all of his talking about wanting to do an infrastructure plan, simply hasn't pushed hard enough. They need to play dirty. This is a matter of being willing to play hardball.
So I have a quick question.
Demon Mama, wait, can I
Yeah,
go first, or-
sorry, Alexander, can I go there? Because I was.
Yeah, I was Loner was next, and then we'll go to counter. Just want to be
Yeah.
clear.
Cool.
Just to put the
Wait, I
just to
thought
put the
next
COVID.
after me. Wait, is Lonerbox after me, or is it Lonerbox, then Lonerbox, then counterpoints?
I don't know. You know, act like a man and get it yourself.
Okay, really quickly. So, Demon Mama, I understand that. However, it
Wait,
seems
did you
like
not hear me? Xander, I said I would be Loner.
Okay, let Loner do it. Okay.
Thank you. Just to put the COVID relief bill into context, that was, with accounting for time, that was the biggest fiscal stimulus in American peacetime. So I think I heard someone in the background saying that it was more private companies that, no. As for Connor, yeah, leftists having a favorable view of Biden. Okay, I'm a leftist. I hate Biden. I wouldn't trust him to sit the right way on a toilet seat. But looking at what he's done so far, politicians are not leaders. A politician's job is to read the room, power relations, public opinion, etc., and make a decision. As far as that goes, Biden has so far broken with a very long-lasting economic orthodoxy in America that was the legacy of Obama, of Clinton, Bush, Trump, the idea that by basically introducing the idea that state intervention in the economy in a time of pretty desperate social need actually works. I'm from Europe. We do it all the time. You should try it. When it comes to, but of course, there's plenty of room for criticism, not just from a leftist perspective. We'll complain about everything. The climate plan and the jobs bill do have plenty of flaws. They don't really live up, even in some ways, to the standards of the people who promoted it. It's not very cohesive. The infrastructure plan doesn't really melt that well with the climate plan. The way that their high-speed rail project is very limited compared to how many roads they want to build. Well, building roads means you get more cars, and that doesn't really gel very well with the climate plan. But so we can talk about that. But yeah, I mean, you know, sometimes liberals do things right. It's okay.
Okay, so I have a quick question for the leftists or whatever that I think would be helpful to ask. Is basically like oftentimes we bitch about how the right wing is like fiscally conservative when it's inconvenient to do so. And as far as I understand, inflation is basically like the printing of money in relation to economic activity. And as much as we want to pretend that we can just do what we've done with the stimulus, which I think was good, by the way, and necessary, we have seen some logistical shortages. Right now, when it comes to housing, I think housing is up 30%. I think the value of vehicles is up 30%. I think construction materials, some construction materials are up 200, 300%. And as far as I understand, I literally just talked to an MMT guy a few weeks ago, is that basically it's not necessarily the printing of money that's the problem. It's the printing of money in relation to like no economic activity. So are we willing to concede as a panel that basically you can't endlessly print money to solve problems, or that these things need to be balanced, or you know, like is the right wing completely useless and we should just print whatever the fuck we want, whatever we want?
I don't think it's a question of like. Oh, go ahead.
I don't think it's an MMTer's like job is going to be to look at everything through the lens of like printing money. But I mean, when you look at coming out of like a historic downturn in like the global supply chain, if you're going to see prices that are inflated, it's probably not inflation caused to monetary policy. It's probably inflation caused to like a failure in the supply chain. So like there have been factories all over the world that have had workers laid off, that have like been closed for long periods of time, or that have had other problems or other shortages. And when that happens, it's going to drive up the cost of goods, especially coming out of a pandemic now when people are starting to buy things more than they were before. When these factories are trying to get the production back online, you're going to start to see prices be inflated. But economists are going to be wary to call that inflation until we've gotten like a few quarters through it to see where the prices ultimately end up at.
Okay, at the risk of being productive on a Rumble panel, basically what that conversation boiled down to was the fact that that's been the case all of the time. whether you're talking about the Weimar Republic, Venezuela, or any of these prior examples, it basically is a relation of like logistical breakdown in relation to printing of money supply. So I know that you're saying like it's the logistical issues, not the inflation. But that's basically was like the historical analysis that was presented to me, was that was always the case. And COVID, one second, almost done. And then COVID very specifically is basically like one of the most drastic downturns in economic activity. You're talking about like, I don't know, 30% of like the workforce basically going to a work from home or partial work model. We're talking about retail and restaurant kind of revolutionizing over the past 2 years. So I would say that we don't know what the fuck is going on and we don't know what's going to happen. So all I'm looking for is a little bit of concession and nuance, and I'll leave it there.
I guess you can think about comparisons because you can think about.
Demon Mama was trying to go in after. I'm gonna give it to Demon Mama.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, look, it's not just a matter of of concessions or anything. Like printing money isn't the only way to reallocate funds. We have funds that go all over the place. We have a ton of money that goes into the U.S. military. We have a ton of money that is lost in tax cuts that have been made to the highest of the highest income earners in the country. We have taxes that have been cut based on the size of enormous companies like Amazon. These are ways that we can get the money that we need. But what we do know is that there's been that COVID has killed tons and tons of small businesses. COVID has killed employment. Like there's a retail worker shortage in America right now because it is so difficult to get everybody back in for things that are opening up. And of course, that's not even getting into talking about what happens if there's like a second wing of this pandemic with Delta variant, Lambda variant, whatever. The problem is that it's not just about printing money. Sure, that's one possible solution. There are many possible solutions. And I think the Dems need to be pushing very hard on that. Because here's the thing, if what you're saying is true, that there's logistical issues, well, the logistics has been knocked out. It seems to me that it would be essential this is the perfect time for the government to say, we need to jumpstart this logistics. We need to get things up and running again. We need to fund small businesses so that people can start making things again, so that people can start working again. We need to make sure that people have buffer so that they don't become homeless and lose their homes. That worsens the economy. Just so you know, like people who don't have a home, it's really hard for them to get a job or work. That's going to seriously impact people's abilities to get their businesses up running, especially if we're talking about corporations, like massive corporations who were able to weather the pandemic, and then they're going to have like old, like outdated hiring practices where they're not going to hire people because, maybe you don't have the right level of experience or whatever. They're going to have shortages. So we seriously need the government to step in and go, we've experienced a global pandemic that has killed a shocking number of people. We need to jumpstart the economy. I don't care if it's done through printing money or if it's done through reallocating taxes or if it's done through moving funds from somewhere else. But the reality is that America is a country that's
this timer is 6 seconds short too, but I started late.
I'm gonna call a time on that. That went off for a while. I do want to throw it.
Perfectly.
Like 2 minutes and 12 seconds almost. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so I agree mostly with Demon Mama on that, but I think one of the things that people are missing out on is that a huge part of the pandemic was also a realization that certain industries are kind of outdated. I think the biggest example of this is movie theaters. You're seeing some movies being pushed into theaters and some people returning, especially as vaccines get rolled out more. But you're also seeing some areas where movies are not being put in theaters, and instead they're being viewed even more so on streaming services. I didn't go to a movie theater to watch the new Black Widow movie. I watched it on Disney Plus. So you're going to see a lot of movie theaters shutting down, people losing jobs from that. Not to mention a huge way that the economy is fueled is by people spending. You've got to spend, and that typically results in the economy growing. Unfortunately, right now, due to the pandemic, a lot of people are short on money, or they're hoarding it because they don't know what's coming. They want to make sure they can still pay bills. If people have the money to be able to buy things, not just their basic, groceries that they need and whatnot, you're going to see the economy grow. A lot of people have been staying inside, saving their money. If they even have money, they might have lost their jobs. Stimulus bills are a good way of dealing with this, and I've not looked much into printing more money, but
I don't want to comment.
I'm gonna block that shot and go with the loner.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, just maybe. Yeah, because every time when I hear people talking about this, I feel like it's always worth reminding people just how not very overwhelming a lot of this is. Like, it's overwhelming in the sense that America hasn't really done anything like this since, I don't know, maybe the 60s. But, like, if you look at the comparison to other countries, like, one of the things in this infrastructure plan is, like, that they said was groundbreaking is, like, 500,000 electric vehicle charging points. Well, compare that to Germany, much smaller country, they're going for 1 million. So, as far as comparing to other countries, like this isn't as dramatic as it might seem. And then, I don't know, with inflation, then yeah, if there are inflationary pressures, then you have to maybe raise interest rates or, God forbid, raise taxes. And maybe that's why this kind of plan is starting with Biden kind of testing the waters, because there's going to be a big political risk there involved down the line. But yeah, it's not that. So far, it's pretty underwhelming.
Moving back a little bit.
I'm giving it to Sprouticus, and then I'm going to give it to Trihex, who hasn't talked in a while.
Moving it back a little bit, there's a reason. Mala brings up all the people who aren't working, right? There's a reason people aren't working. It's because Biden has failed to do his job. Biden has failed to end the federal unemployment bonuses that people are getting. People are getting paid way too much to sit at home and to not be going to look for a job, and that is what is hurting the job market. What Biden needed to do was needed to end those benefits and start pushing people to go out and get a job. But the reason they're not is because they're comfortable getting money, they're comfortable not working a job, and they're just going to continue to get this extra money and not work a job until Biden ended it. Now that Biden did end it way later than he should have, states are still continuing to keep this going. States, even like Indiana, with the Rhino, who is the governor of Indiana, it's still going in Indiana. But this is the reason you see the in job market. It's not because people don't need money. It's because there's too much money being sent by the government to these people to where they don't feel that they need to work.
Do you mind if I cut in?
I don't think that there's any people getting unemployment that are not getting a job because they think unemployment is enough. I don't think there's a lot of people.
I mean, that's just empirically false. Like the most.
I mean, it's not empirically false. It's actually.
If you look at
there's four people talking at the same time. Okay, Trihex.
Well, actually, before I even clap on that, let's go way your earlier point here about like the crisis at the border wall and all that, bro. I think you're consuming way too much Fox News propaganda, because what you're really rooting here is the idea that if like ex-politicians not visit the border to see the crisis going on right there, that obviously they don't care. Subordinates can't go, traverse there, visit there, and then relay information to the appropriate people so they can carry out the agenda required necessary to what they were told in the first place. But I even go back further here, because whenever, because what the framing you gave there is one that's reminiscent to me of like whenever someone like AOC visited the border detention centers and cried and was like really distraught from what she was witnessing. That got played up in ex-partisan mainstream media outlets as like look at them doing their thing now. So honestly, I feel like what you're doing there is the same shit that you see elsewhere. Whenever it's the side you want to hate on, doing it as well. So I think that point was completely garbage. And then going into the whole thing
I do
about,
want to say, you're getting a lot of points deducted right now for terrible fucking mic quality.
I am?
You're
the
wrong mic is selected. Yeah.
Ooh, I'm sorry. Fuck, no one told me.
I'll bring it back to you after somebody else grabs it.
Yeah, my bad.
So Trihex, you're gonna try. I mean, he kind of came after me, but go ahead. He kind of came after me, but go ahead.
Yeah, but you addressed me directly. I just want to address that. So first of all, like this stuff about like, oh yeah, people who are already struggling and unemployed, they'll go get a job if you force them to go out. That is just ridiculous. First of all, that doesn't happen in any other country. Like Canada was giving a universal basic income, and their economy had people were still spending, people were still buying food. It's very stabilizing. The idea that like you make more money on unemployment than you do with a job, it's just ridiculous. People aren't going out because of a couple reasons. One, they can't find the work. Two, they can't actually get the job because of whatever reason. Or three, they're still scared of the pandemic, or their workplace no longer exists anymore. Like this is just like literally like stock, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Like I don't feel like this is a serious argument. The idea like, oh yeah, if you give them unemployment during a global pandemic where over 600,000 Americans have died, that it's just like it should reflect on them. This idea of like secret welfare queens sucking up everything, that's so ridiculous. This is fear mongering. It doesn't have any basis in reality. And
As a real quick thing,
and hold off of that. No, because I have a point. Another point that I want to say. Something that I wanted to respond to.
I gotta give you 15 seconds, and then we gotta move it on because we only have 3 minutes left in the round.
I wanted to address something specific that Zan brought up, which is, it'd be amazing to see something that we had in America for a very long time: public arts projects. You want to get people spending, you want to get people out doing things in the economy again. Have the government fund and put some stuff out there. Movie theaters are gone under. Let's get that stuff.
Never once did I suggest.
Sounds cool.
After Sprout, we're going to Destiny, then Trihex, and we're ending the round.
Never once did I suggest that the extra unemployment benefits wasn't needed during the coronavirus. We are in the recovery stage. It needed to be ended far before Biden actually ended it. And actually, where you see a lot of people not going to jobs, a lot of people that are seeking for jobs, it's low-skilled jobs. And these low-skilled jobs, in some states, in most states, they're making more money off of the federal unemployment benefits than they would be if they actually went to work. So the idea that you're saying that people aren't doing this, it's fear-mongering. It's not. It's not fear-mongering at all. And going back to Trihex, talking about the border wall, or the border. So Kamala Harris was in charge of the border. It's been precedent for decades that presidents and whoever's in charge of whatever goes down and checks it out with their own eyes, not send someone else down to come back and report to them. That's just been precedent, especially when you're going through a crisis like we were going through the border crisis. But not only that, but Biden actually reversed a lot of what was going on, right? So Biden actually made the border a lot worse than it was during Trump.
We gotta cut you off. We're running out of time. I have to throw this Trihex Destiny. You both got like 30 seconds max.
Okay.
Okay, whatever you were talking about earlier is just nonsense here. Ultimately, it's inadequate wages going on in the first place right there. They've always been trash. They've been stagnant for a very, very long time now, since 2009. Increasing the minimum wages is an overwhelmingly popular thing. It's even been popular in Republican utopia of Florida. And that has failed to be done because too many moderate Democrat senators are pieces of shit, obviously, and I can shit on both ends on that spectrum completely here. And obviously, you should be pro some kind of injection of wealth into like this declining, shrinking middle class, because the poverty floor in this country is really, really bad. That means, in long term, it's really, really bad for the economy overall when you have a declining, shrinking middle class altogether. Just kind of keeping some bullet points there, as I'm sure.
Okay, gotta throw it over to Destiny.
Yeah, there's a lot of rumors about, firstly, Canada doesn't have a UBI. Secondly, there's a lot of points being brought up about how unemployment insurance might be causing an increase in unemployment in states. A ton of economists have dug into that data. They've looked at like different industries that are affected by unemployment insurance, different industries that aren't, different states that have ended early. Most economists believe that there's like a marginal impact, like a very small impact on unemployment insurance on the current unemployment rate. So the idea that UI is benefiting people working is probably not true. To bring it back to like, has Biden done a good job or not a good job? The amount of stimulus that the United States has poured into its citizens over the entire coronavirus pandemic period has been higher than I think any other countries in the world except for like Japan. We spent a ton of stimulus in this country. A lot of that came from the Biden coronavirus relief bill, which I think is awesome. That is a form of UBI to people that have children that file for their child tax credit early. I think it's one of the coolest things that Biden's done, and I think that's why he's been a base president over the coronavirus period.
Round's over. I have already been told by the judges who's getting kicked out for this round. So, 3 votes. Oh, 2 of them actually. Wait, let me wait for Vadim.
Wait, I missed the rules. Who votes? Does chat vote, or there's
No.
like?
Fuck chat.
Okay, fuck chat. Heard that.
Fuck chat, yeah. I don't trust chat. Well, with 2 votes in, I don't really need to wait for the 3rd vote if we already have 2 votes in for the same person. I'm sorry to say, and Vadim, please send it through Twitter DMs in the future. American Nacho, I'm sorry to say, you are out of here. I gotta say, you have gone the furthest in Hippy Dippy history with saying absolutely nothing in the contestant's history. It was beautiful. It was beautiful, and I think it was a huge statement on centrism, and I love it.
Yeah, true.
You really are like doing nothing. I'm sorry. See you later. Okay.
Like that.
Wonderful. Okay, next person. Aircraft Sparky has entered the arena. A conservative commentator on Twitch and YouTube. Okay? You guys can go to the next topic. It is the death penalty. Should it be abolished?
Yikes,
Should it be kept?
Should be abolished. The onus is on those that support the death penalty to prove that it provides any useful function to society. I've looked into it. It does not. It seems it has no effect in deterring crime. It doesn't seem to make people feel as though justice has been served. I think the utility caused by the likelihood of innocent people being falsely found guilty and given the death penalty is bad. I think that the cost of it is far more than housing a prisoner for the rest of their lives. There is no reason whatsoever to have the death penalty.
Agreed and
Yes,
agreed.
I couldn't agree more with
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah. Wait, do we have people who are on with the death penalty? Yeah. Look, I don't think the state should have the ability to declare the future life or death of somebody who's already been apprehended and has been imprisoned or whatever. I have problems with it. We could go further into the prison system, but we don't even need to talk about that. The death penalty doesn't do anything for us. It's barbaric. It makes us look terrible. And in addition, it leads to a lot of very questionable situations. I mean, we've had, I think many people on this panel are probably aware of the extended torment that certain death row inmates have had when their execution goes incorrectly. It turns out there's no real humane way to kill somebody. There's a lot of room for that to go wrong. That is sickening and disgusting. And I don't.
The big thing to point out there, I don't mean to interrupt, but I feel like this is worth bringing up, is that a lot of the time there can be lack of access to the proper chemicals used for lethal injection, which is mostly what we use now, and so they revert back to older or not as prolonged and much more painful death. Not to mention, and I guess we can get to this in a moment, but I mean, there's tons of cases of people who were apprehended by the police, who were falsely identified by witnesses, because sometimes when a witness sees something traumatic happening, like a murder, they may misidentify. The police can bully and coerce false confessions out of suspects. There's a lot of cases that can occur and have occurred of the wrong person getting the death penalty. I believe 165 or more people since 1976 have been exonerated after being on death row, and those are just the people who were found to be innocent.
Isn't that a good thing, though? Isn't that a good thing that 165 people who are on death row were found to be exonerated because the courts actually did their jobs with the appeals process and found out that these people actually weren't guilty and
What about the ones that didn't,
they
though?
weren't deserving.
Better if they weren't on death row,
Okay, so
Wait. Let him finish. I'm interested. Wait. Stop. I want to hear him finish.
So you started this off saying I'm making that people who are pro the death penalty have the onus to do this because they have to prove it. You would then therefore, following your own logic, have to prove that there was a large amount of people that died from the death penalty that were innocent. So I'm going to look forward to you coming through with that thought process.
Can you finish my point? It's cool. I'm sorry. Hold on. I have
It was directed towards Xanderhall. Xanderhall should respond. Okay, we gotta make it quick.
It's very quick. Spartacus, if you had a bowl full of jelly beans and you pulled a bunch of them out and you found that 152 of those jelly beans were poison, would you feel very confident in continuing to eat that bowl of jelly beans? Because that's basically what you're advocating for here in a more simplified way. If there was 155, 156 people that were found to be innocent, that were taken off of death row, do you think there's a lot of people that haven't been found? Not to mention, that's not even getting into the fact that once you kill a suspect, you now have gotten completely rid of the ability for that suspect to contribute more to the case to find out if there were accomplices, someone who made them do it. I think there was a case that Sean talked about in his video on the death penalty from the UK in Wales, where a guy took the fall for his neighbor who murdered his wife and child because he was trying to protect that neighbor and didn't know that it wasn't an accident. There's so many cases where executing the person who's the suspect gets rid of any ability to continue an investigation of the case.
So there's like the way.
What?
That's fine. I only need 20 seconds. Listen. So this is, again, you misunderstood what Zan's argument was at the beginning. You have to prove why we should kill people and what benefit that provides society. Because as it is right now, it doesn't seem to be providing any benefit. It's incredibly expensive. The appeals process, holding somebody on death row is ridiculously expensive to our entire country, in addition to the moral issues that are brought up with the death penalty.
Okay, I feel like most of the arguments... I feel like most of the arguments that are brought up against the death penalty don't really work. The jelly bean analogy doesn't work. Would you eat one jelly bean or eat a jelly bean out of 150 if one was poison? I mean, like, we essentially make this joke every single time we get into a car and drive. Every single time we get into an airplane and go somewhere. Like, we make this joke all the time. In terms of whether or not it's barbaric, I mean, like, it's the death penalty, of course. If you've decided as a society that you want to punish somebody that's committed certain capital offenses to death, I mean, barbarism is that far away from what you're trying to do. In terms of, like, could it go wrong? Yeah, a lot of things could go wrong. It's an argument to do something. And in terms of being expensive, I mean, again, that's society. I'm opposed to the death penalty because I think that it fundamentally betrays what the justice system should be about, which is rehabilitation. When you have an idea that you can commit offenses so heinous that you want to kill or lose your life, I think that type of mentality guides like the entire way that the criminal justice system. And I think we should change like the idea of like punishment or retribution to something different, like rehabilitation. But I find that most of the arguments people use that are opposed to the death penalty end up just like not really working because they don't really make much sense. We've gone through the Jelly Bean argument, like is it barbaric? Like it's something else people will say is that like, oh well, life in prison is actually more cruel than the death penalty. That's why we should have the death penalty. It's better punishment. Okay, what about the people now that have to suffer from life in prison who were innocent instead of those that could have been executed better? Like I find that most of these arguments just don't make any sense.
So can I give some Bailey?
Okay, what am
I would like to give some Bailey.
I mean, Xander Hall, you've interrupted me twice trying to respond.
Well, okay.
Sorry,
Okay, so there's a lot of people talking. Everybody just try to talk right here. Okay? I haven't heard Counterpoint talk, and I haven't heard Aircraft Sparky talk, so I think we're gonna have to talk to them.
Okay. So I'm gonna give you some Bailey instead of some Mott. So there are certain crimes that I think should be punishable by death. Those include infanticide, terrorism, and torture murder. If you were to look at these as anecdotal cases, basically as individualistic cases, I almost guarantee you I could convince some of y'all that these motherfuckers deserve to die, basically. I also think that you can raise the evidentiary standard to beyond a shadow of a doubt. Doshkar Sarnaev is an example of that. Anders Breivik is another example of that. People who we know beyond a shadow of a doubt committed the crimes that they committed. For those of you who are unfamiliar, Doshkar Sarnaev is the Boston robber. He killed, I believe, an 8-year-old amongst his victims and named dozens of other people. I believe Anders Breivik killed around, like, you know, it was between like 100 and like 200 people with bombings and executions. Some of those people he literally executed right in front of each other, you know, simultaneously moving on and on. Last time I got into this debate, I was told that I was not allowed to describe the crimes that people committed, which I think is like, I get it's like, you know, Twitch TOS or whatever, but that's insane to me that we can have a conversation about whether or not death is a valid punishment for a certain crime, but we can't talk about the kinds of crimes that we're talking about where death should be administered. So basically I said that we don't have to go with the current standard with which, you know, innocence is basically, you know, up to doubt. We can go with beyond a shadow of a doubt thing. So then to overcome some of your objections, you said no humane way to kill somebody. I don't, you know, I refuse to believe that. There's probably like pounds and tons of heroin on the fucking street. Let's go get a fucking purity test and send them out on a fucking OD. Like, that's an easy fucking solution. Administrative cost. Again, if we move to the beyond the shadow of a doubt statute, then we basically don't have to have as sincere of like administrative cost to retry the case dozens and dozens and dozens of times. We can literally say, did this motherfucker do it? Yes, he did. There's the 99.9999999% evidence that they did do it, including their own admissions and digital forensics and all that kind of stuff. Sorry, buddy, you fucking killed a 8-year-old. Blah. Here's some heroin. And then as fine as... Okay, final point. Social utility. Okay, final point. Social utility. Anders Breivik bitched about having a fucking PS2 after murdering 200 people and said that that was cruel and inhumane. Fuck that motherfucker. He deserves to be in the ground.
Demo.
Yeah, so you still haven't provided an argument for why we should do it. I do also agree with Destiny, though I think that the argument that like the death penalty sets the standard for the rest of our you know, prison system and our justice system, I think that's a valid argument. That does basically boil down to a barbarity argument. Our prison system is ultimately barbaric. It doesn't work towards justice. It works, or rehabilitation. It works instead towards punitive solutions that often don't even work. And this is the thing. Like, people say, oh, well, it's more torturous for people who have to live in life. Well, maybe we shouldn't be torturing them. They've been apprehended. Maybe we should try to make a genuine effort to understand what led to people to be in these places, keep them away from where they can't hurt anybody. But why? What benefit? Nobody has actually been able to put out what benefit is there from killing these people, from having the state have the ability to summarily execute somebody. This is basic. You have to answer that question, and it hasn't been answered. It's simply not.
All right,
First of all, there are just some crimes that are just so heinous. The only way, there is no reform for it. It is nothing but retribution that needs to be had. I'm looking at child murderers. I'm looking at people who do adult things with children. Yes, I believe that they should get the axe, and no, it should not have to be something clean and so humane. I am all for get the guillotine, let it drop, gravity does its work, and it's cheap, recyclable. Man, just think of all the great things that can happen. When you look at it, there are just some crimes that are just so heinous that there is no chance for reform. We're not going to let them back out to the public. Why should people even bother with feeding them anymore? Look, if you're a mass murderer, if you kill 30 people, chances are you're not going to be reformed, nor are you going to get out of prison. That is heinous. Now, there are states that do not allow the death penalty. That's all well and good. Look, the people have made their decision there. But in the states where it does exist, allow it to exist. It is a state-by-state deal. States' rights is a real thing. And the people have decided that it is perfectly fine. I'm all for bringing back the electric chair. I don't care if they suffer when they die, just as long as they die and the world is rid of them. That's what it comes down to.
So in a nutshell, you said...
I raised my hand like 5 minutes ago.
Wait,
I haven't gone yet. Come on.
Stop. Yeah, Lonabox has not gone yet, and I want to make sure he has a chance. I don't want a nacho situation.
My guardian angel. So there was one argument there, and it was retribution. That's kind of what you just said. Retribution for who exactly? The victims, the relatives of the victims? Because you all said that you obviously don't want innocent people getting executed. So that means typically what we have now is people have to stay on death row for a very, very long time before we actually determine 100% whether or not they were guilty. I think there's been research done on this. I can probably find it, that this does not provide any comfort or closure to the families of victims because it's an ongoing process. It is limbo, it's indeterminate, it's stressful, it doesn't provide the thing you're saying it provides, and that's actually the only argument that pro-death
Actually, I didn't claim that it gives closure to the family at all. I didn't claim that at all, because that doesn't actually happen.
That's a response to counterpoints. That was towards counterpoints, I think. I want to respond to both of you guys really quickly. Sorry, what's your name on the top left?
Aircraft Sparky, how you doing, buddy?
Aircraft Sparky and counterpoints really quickly. So I think both of your claims are downright un-American and ineffectual. The idea of our justice system, the idea of the American, you can laugh if you want to, but I mean, it's a simple fact.
I'm laughing.
The American justice system, the entire idea around it is that emotion is completely separated from the court proceedings. When you're being tried, you don't have a bunch of, there's a reason why you have an unbiased jury of your peers. You don't want the types of people who have an emotional bias against the person who's on trial to be punishing them. That's not what our justice system is about. Not to mention, I already brought this up earlier, but I guess we can dive into it further if you'd like. Once you've executed a suspect, they can no longer talk. There's been, and just like Counterpoints talked about before, cases where someone was found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I think it happened in Florida back in, I think it was like the 80s, where a couple came out of a hotel and the wife was shot. The husband identified a person. The police interrogated that person. The person confessed. Guess what ended up happening? One, the husband missaw, and the person who confessed, guess what happened, was bullied into it by the police. This happens plenty. It was found without a reasonable doubt in court, and you know what happened? Because that person had a confession bullied out of them, the police did not go after a warrant to search the person's house to see if there was any evidence they actually did it. Turned out he didn't do it, and it was all on the police. Our justice system, unfortunately, is flawed. There will be cases where someone is found guilty beyond a reasonable doubt at all, and it's just not the case. And you don't want one of those
like I said before. Wait. I don't care because the round's over.
Oh, it's gonna tickle some balls.
This is the 15-minute round.
You actually brought up a good point, though.
Yeah, my great point is that the round's over and we all stop talking.
Ding, ding, ding.
Ding, ding, ding. So I'm getting the votes in right now. The first vote, I'll actually read the votes out. It's more suspenseful. The first vote is for Sprouticus to be knocked out. The second vote is for Trihex to be knocked out. And the last vote is also for Trihex to be knocked out. Trihex, it seems that the lack of talking this round was the decider.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Trihex.
It's all good.
Still a beautiful man.
It's all good.
Yeah.
You want to know how you're the real winner? You got to play the new. You got to play Skyward Sword. Before I did. I didn't get the remaster today. I pre-ordered it too.
No, it's all good. My Joy-Cons broke, so I ended up playing with my Pro Controller, which like really sucks for that game. But you know, it's all good. It's all good. The only thing I was gonna have before I dip out here was gonna say that I was gonna make sure that we in the beginning here we're gonna challenge our framing, that we were not gonna conflate here support or against the death penalty automatically being indicative of whether we are for or against life in prison or assisted suicide. Because I feel like oftentimes the three things kind of get automatically conflated together. And I was gonna hop in here and tier that, but it was already so heated from the very jump of some like subjective stuff altogether. But it's all good, y'all. I gotta go to bed. I got gym tomorrow anyway. So keep lifting. I'll see y'all next time.
Have a good one, Trihex.
Eat me.
Have a good one.
Yeet. Okay. The next person is Hunter Avalon. Enters the ring. Hunter Avalon. Wonderful. Now the next topic, and I only released the first 2 topics because I wanted to make sure that the rest of them would be spicy surprises, because we don't have surprise guests, so we at least need surprise topics. And this one's gonna be an easy one, and I think we can all come together. The issue is mental health, specifically self-diagnosis.
All right, I'm getting the popcorn out on this
Okay,
one.
so I'm gonna go ahead and
once or
jump on
twice, but I'm getting the popcorn out for this one, baby.
Okay, you may begin.
Self-diagnosis. Can I? Oh.
Look,
Yeah, I can
look,
open on
as
this.
it is.
I can make an executive decision to let Demon Mama open on it.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, self-diagnosis is super, super important. It is usually the first step that people take before they get a formal diagnosis. Very, very valuable process. And many mental health professionals recommend this with regard to mental health. In America, a lot of people grin and bear it. They think that there's something wrong with them, but they don't look at it as a matter of mental health. They look at it as a moral failing. Being able to recognize in yourself the symptoms of various conditions is incredibly important to actually being able to get treatment and care for those issues that's right for you. Now, mental health is complicated. In America, a lot of people don't have health coverage. And in fact, good on Biden for pushing Medicare to have mental health coverage, which it is going to do if his package gets passed. We'll see. Which would be great. But a lot of people don't have mental health coverage in America. They might be looking at a $1,000 bill just to see a therapist or just to see a psychiatrist. Being able to recognize in yourself the symptoms of a potential mental disorder is incredibly important to having a good prognosis for that disorder. And not every single disorder requires medication or structured therapy. Some people, like say if you have I don't know, ADHD, maybe you just find out that you need to change your habits a little bit and you're doing a whole lot better. That is a fantastic and important process.
But wouldn't you be able
that's
to
my
be
stance
able
on
to-
self-diagnosis.
But with self-diagnosis, I agree. It can be an important tool for going towards a medical diagnosis. But when you put it in the terms of it is arguably more important than a medical diagnosis, is asinine to me. I don't know how this is more important than a medical diagnosis. To go as far as to say the only when you go to a world where doctors say that are the only people that can say you have a mental health disorder is a world full of asylums and gatekeeping is absolutely insane. Doctors are the ones that go through 8 years of college for this. Doctors are the ones that are trained to understand what mental health disorders are and which ones are which, because it can be very easy to misconflate one mental health disorder for another, such as you can think you have depression when actually you have anxiety, and you're not going to fix the depression and anxiety in the same way. So it's insane.
So I think that I think what we're not acknowledging here is the fact that.
We'll go one at a time. Okay. Yeah, a lot of you will talk.
Can I respond to that? Was directly
many
at me.
mouths. Okay, yeah. Demon Mama, I'll let Demon Mama respond, but we got to keep this short because these rounds are getting shorter and shorter. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Doctors are also the ones who lobotomized Rose Kennedy. I think I got the name right. Doctors
No,
also did lobotomies.
this is bad, Demon Mama. I have to really disagree.
You can't go anti-doctor.
This is anti-intellectualism.
Excuse me, please. If you are
No,
all
don't
going to,
yell over me when I'm trying to respond to you.
Excuse me.
Demon
I
Mama,
literally-
you're better than this.
Wait a minute.
She's not.
Excuse me.
No, she is.
Excuse me. Wait, is this
But seriously,
real?
this is anti-intellectualism. This is like when Lauren
you
Southern
stop?
came on and told me that.
I
This is like
literally
when Lauren.
didn't even get to finish my point.
All right.
I didn't even get to start
All right, go.
my
Go ahead,
response.
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No. This is not anti-intellectual. This is recognizing that there are flaws in our medical system. There are great injustices that have been carried out by our medical system. That doesn't mean that I'm anti. I've literally never once advocated for anti-doctor and anti-doctor anything.
But you
In fact,
are right now.
Hey,
That's what you're
stop it.
doing.
Hunter, I understand, but you need to let me finish a point. I know you're very, very ready to jump at whatever straw man you have summed up about my position.
Wait a
Can you
minute.
please
Okay,
make
I
her
don't
talk?
have a
Don't do the
straw
ad
man
hoc.
to
If we
anything.
have little
You
time,
please
don't do
stop
ad hoc.
filibustering and just
We don't.
move on.
Okay, I gotta say, we don't have unlimited time, so I'm gonna give Demon Mama like 30 seconds and nobody interrupt her. Okay, go.
Yeah, I am never once have stated anything that is anti-doctor. All I've pointed out is that there are problems in our system for a very long time. Until just about 10 years ago, it was considered a mental condition to be trans, just to be trans. In fact, within I think it was about 30 years, it was considered a mental disorder to be gay. We recognize these are errors. our medical system is not perfect. The idea that the medical system is beyond reproach or that we can't point that out is absurd. Now that is truly anti-intellectual, and doctors will tell you this. In fact, if you go to any major
30 seconds.
mental health
Done. 30 seconds is over.
Cool. Who's
We gotta
next?
start some- Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna throw it to Destiny because I.
Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah,
blaze
I
this
think
real quick.
it's
So
a
first of
single
all,
thing that's-
self-diagnosis is not the first step to anything. That's not true. No doctor will tell you that. Recognizing symptoms in yourself is not the same as diagnosing a disease in yourself. This is a crucial error that a lot of people make. A self-diagnosis involves you finding some disease that you think you have, and it might lead you into like starting to misidentify symptoms because you want to identify with something, or you think that you identify with something. Self-diagnosis is absolutely not the first step to anything. It's recognizing symptoms in yourself and then giving that handful of symptoms to a medical professional that can help diagnose you if they feel it's appropriate for some condition to help you get treatment for it. Many mental health professionals do not recommend self-diagnosis. That is absolutely not true. You will not find a single medical professional that will tell you, oh yeah, you should definitely diagnose yourself with a disease and then give that disease to the doctor when you go to talk to them. The idea that many people don't have mental health coverage, that it costs $1,000 to see a therapist, $1,000 is really high generally for a therapist. Yeah?
Destiny, we gotta move.
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
okay, go. That's fine. Go.
Gotta move
So,
on.
let me go
I know.
next. Let me go next.
I'm gonna trust me. Wait. Let me be clear.
chomping at the bit.
Okay, everybody, shut the fuck up. Okay? I didn't say anybody go to Xander Hall.
All right. Yeah.
Are you
so
the
I think
host?
what
No, Xander Hall. I was fucking asking you. Okay.
I'm not the host. I think you're the host.
Yes. Okay. So we're gonna throw it to counterpoints. Okay? Because he had his hand up for the longest period of time. But I also want to say this topic's gonna go on for a few rounds. Okay?
Very cool.
Counterpoints.
All right, awesome. Yeah, so basically, as the enlightened centrist here, I think I can split the difference. So I think what Demon Mama is saying, and excuse me if I strawman, is basically that being aware and cognizant of symptoms and being aware and cognizant of different diseases can help you basically figure out what your problem is. It's very Jordan Peterson of Demon Mama to say that you need to pick yourself up and you need to analyze your situation. You need to imagine hell below you and heaven above you, and you need to strive towards the ideals and through your society by identifying your problems and then working them through them slowly. I know Demon Mama is a massive fan of Jordan Peterson, so that's basically like I really appreciate that about her. I think the term. Hold up, we're almost there. So I think the term that we're getting hung up on is diagnosis, and I think the problem here is that diagnosis often involves. Correct me if I'm wrong. Basically involves coming to a conclusion about a series of symptoms about a disease that basically would confer all of these symptoms. I think that if we were to split the difference here, and this will be my final point, is basically recognizing the symptoms and being informed on the symptoms so you can feed that to a professional so you can get an accurate diagnosis would be the difference between these two perspectives, and I'll yield right there.
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
a lot of
Wait. Everybody's been responding to me, and it's
You were
really
responding, yeah,
interesting
because I haven't even
That's
had
so many words.
Demon Mama's already
in my
talked like
mouth
2
here.
minutes this round. Let other people get responses in.
Well, wait a minute. That's not my problem. You all chose to make this about me. This
Because
is like
you had the opening statement. All right, I want the next opening.
Self-diagnosed.
I still have to talk to Demon Mom about being
The
anti-intellectual.
longest we debate about
not
who's going
anti-it.
next, the less time there is in the round. And the less time there is in the round, the less chance you have to actually speak. More likely, you're going to get voted out. And if you piss me off, I'm going to get executive decision and vote you out myself, okay? So I just want to make that clear for anybody who's pissing me off, Xander. So, we're going to throw it to Hunter.
Yes. Okay, so, Demon Mama, I do understand what you're coming from about self-diagnosing, okay? But what you are doing is anti-intellectualism, and at very least, you are empowering anti-intellectualism, because when you bring up these examples of doctors making mistakes, what you're doing there is you're trying to validate a broader narrative that doctors cannot be trusted, and that is anti-intellectual. Second of all, self-diagnosing can, in very many ways, be actually a detriment to your health. For example, I have an example here. Bipolar and depression both have very similar symptoms, but if you self-diagnose yourself for depression when you actually have bipolar, it could make your bipolar even worse. So self-diagnosing and understanding your symptoms, being aware, that's fine, but the actual process of diagnosing, that's dependent on a doctor based on your qualitative symptoms, or based on your qualitative experience and a symptom, the symptoms that they already understand.
Wait.
Okay, Demon Mama's going to respond to this because that's 2 people in a row. I do want to give it time to respond.
Yeah, by the way,
Then
I have like
Sparky.
a number of studies here I can cite if we want to get really into that, but we're limited on time. The funny thing here is, first of all, no, I'm not anti-intellectual. The idea that you cannot critique or you cannot point out massive flaws in our medical system, that is categorically anti-intellectual. Science is based.
But that's not what
on
you're doing.
Excuse me. Science is based on challenging these things, even sometimes from an activist perspective, saying, hey, there's a problem here. Categorizing being trans as mentally ill, categorizing being gay as mentally ill. These are mistakes. These are mistakes that are caused by bias and ideology that can get into our medical system and they can ingrain themselves very well. You have to be able to challenge that and provide an argument. This is not anti-intellectual. This is the core
This
of
is why
intellectual.
it's anti-intellectual.
Challenging.
The reason.
One minute.
The reason.
I'm not
Let
challenging.
him finish. Let them finish.
Come on, Demon.
I know,
Okay, I
everybody's
understand.
very,
There's only. We're gonna have multiple rounds to do this. Okay, this is gonna be like three rounds. Okay, so let's let the mom finish. The Thorns and Sparky. Okay.
Yeah, there's some sort of semantic thing as to whether people think that a self-diagnosis is final. I don't know what this is referencing to. I've never said. First of all, not even doctors give final diagnoses. If there's an issue with doctors give diagnoses all the time that they later change. This is a medical fact. You cannot contest this. Uncontestable. Doctors change their diagnosis all the time when new information arises. A self-diagnosis is just that first step. Now, if you want to call it something else,
that's only one half of your argument.
I don't. Stop up.
Excuse me. I know. I again, Hunter, I can't help but feel like.
Please. Okay, we're moving on. Okay, aircraft. I'm sorry. Like, if it's gonna be like every time I interrupt somebody, I know that I know you're acting this way. Like, we can't. But it's gonna. These rounds are very short and concise. Okay, and I know maybe Twitch streamers are the best before that. We have to do that. Aircraft, then loner.
Look, I'm trying to give the best, most generous interpretation of what you said, Demon Mama. I've watched your video and I've actually watched.
Maybe I'm sorry.
I want to call it something when new information arises. Fact. You cannot contest the issue with the doctors. I've never said. First of all, not even doctors give final diagnosis. I don't sort of semantic thing.
Sparky, okay.
Yeah, there's some sort of semantic thing as to whether people think that a self-diagnosis is final. I don't know what this is referencing to. I've never said. First of all, not even doctors give final diagnoses. If there's an issue with this perspective, saying, hey, there's a problem here. Categorizing being trans as mentally ill, categorizing being gay as mentally ill. These are mistakes. These are mistakes that are caused by bias and ideology that can get into our medical system and they can ingrain themselves very well. You have to be able to challenge that and provide an argument. This is not anti-intellectual. This is the core of intellectual.
This is why it's anti-intellectual.
Challenging and improving.
The reason.
One minute. I'm not challenging.
Let them finish.
Come on, Demon.
I know. I understand. There's only. We're gonna have multiple rounds to do this. Okay, this is gonna be like three rounds. Okay, so let's let the mom finish. The Thorns and Sparky. Okay.
Yeah, there's some sort of semantic thing as to whether people think that a self-diagnosis is final. I don't know what this is referencing to. I've never said. First of all, not even doctors give final diagnoses. If there's an issue with doctors give diagnoses all the time that they later change. This is a medical fact. You cannot contest this. Uncontestable. Doctors change their diagnosis all the time when new information arises. A self-diagnosis is just that first step. Now, if you want to call it something else,
that's only one half of your argument.
I don't. Stop up.
Excuse me. I know. I again, Hunter, I can't help but feel like.
Please. Okay, we're moving on. Okay, aircraft. I'm sorry. Like, if it's gonna be like every time I interrupt somebody, I know that I know you're acting this way. Like, we can't. But it's gonna. These rounds are very short and concise. Okay, and I know maybe Twitch streamers are the best before that. We have to do that. Aircraft, then loner.
Look, I'm trying to give the best, most generous interpretation of what you said, Demon Mama. I've watched your video and I've actually watched the man right below me's response to it. And look, I understand what you're saying. Look, if you are aware enough to understand what's going on, you should go get help, go see a doctor, and a doctor will actually help you come to the actual true diagnosis. But to sit there and claim that you self-diagnose, I understand your argument with the whole trans thing, because a lot of people don't get the chance to go to the doctor and they identify as trans before they are diagnosed as trans. Okay, I get that. That's rhetorical stuff. But when it comes down to it, there's tons of mental conditions that people do not understand fully. In fact, I had to go get some help for some counseling post-war, and I didn't even know there was anything wrong. It was my wife that told me, hey, look, you changed since you come back. And I moped around for about 8 or 9 months, and had it not been for a doctor actually sitting down, breaking down everything, I would have never known there was anything wrong, because, well, I mean, it is what it is. So I think it was framed, I think your argument was framed wrong. I understand in the most generous sense of what you were trying to say. I'm not going to say you're 100% wrong, but I just think the wording that you did just made it seem a little, just not good.
See, that's, I get where you're coming from.
I hate it when you just can't get transgender diagnosis. But wait, can I respond to him really quick?
I said loner box. We have to end. Yeah, loner box. We have to end the round.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really follow this drama at all because I don't hate myself, but I'll just go with what I've heard from here. So, like, yeah, self-diagnosis just as a broad term. Like, yeah, I can see the idea there because it's like, if you go to a doctor and say like, yeah, I think I'm depressed, like, you know, that's kind of like a self-diagnosis, and your doctors inevitably, like, it is a science, but they don't scan your brain. They just ask you about your feelings, and a self-diagnosis can be a feeling. So, and you know, like, I've read Foucault. I know that there's weird power relations going on between doctors and ordinary people sometimes, but it's like, you know, with psychology, that you could say that like the first psychologists, you know, were child abusers and cokeheads and all that shit. The DSM was just a group of doctors shouting diagnoses at each other and filling in a book like on the fly, but it's come along since then. You could actually make that criticism of all medicine. So you could say, I don't know, self-diagnosed, but like it's always, your diagnosis is not going to be 99.99% of the time as informed as the doctor's. And although it's a power relation, I think it's a healthy one.
That's fair. The good thing is that I've never
person
claimed
voted. The person. End of the round. Person getting voted out. The first vote is for Sproutigans. Yeah. The second vote is for Aircraft Sparky. The third vote is for Aircraft Sparky. Sorry, Aircraft. This plane is trashed.
Hey, it's all good. Thank you for having me. And yeah, good talking to y'all. Take care.
Have a good one.
Okay, so we're gonna throw it back over to Zan. Then it's gonna go to.
Right, so I think that there is definitely some utility in being able to, I guess, start to think about what issues might be dealing with psychologically. I think there's a huge problem with people misunderstanding psychological conditions in this country. A lot of, especially young people who aren't super aware of it, may have depression and confuse that for BPD. It's very common. And it is very hard to get your hands on somebody who can help you get a formal diagnosis for a medical condition. But I do think there's a lot of utility in that. If you find yourself waking up every morning feeling like shit, you've got no motivation, maybe it is worth considering. Maybe you've got depression. What should I do about that? How can I help with that? But at the same time, you should always take the word of a doctor or medical professional, or multiple, over your own self-diagnosis that may be what you found on the internet. And I don't think anybody here, like you, Mama, or whatever, disagrees with that.
Can I go? I have to go do adult shit real quick.
Does Demon Mama disagree with that?
Wait, okay, I'm gonna throw the counter then, because counter has to be.
Okay, so the definition is the identification of nature of an illness or other by examination of the symptoms. I could understand if we were to split the difference through this definition, then basically Demon Mom would be saying, analyze the symptoms, try to come up with a diagnosis, not because you basically like want to self-diagnose, but because you want to start analyzing the problem. And Xander Hall, I think what you said is very similar to what Jordan Peterson said. Or like, you know, basically see yourself as an agent of order in a world of chaos. You know, basically start from scratch, analyze the things that you can control and the things that you can't control, and then basically, like, you know, move up from there. So I really appreciate everybody coming out and standing Dr. Jordan Peterson in this conversation. With that, I have to go.
Peterson's right on some things. Don't get me wrong. I think that absolutely cleaning your room. Hey, listen, I will stand by Jordan Peterson's statement that you should clean your room and it will make you feel a little bit better to the day I die. I feel great after I clean my fucking room. Of course, yeah. Analyzing yourself and what you're going through. If you're feeling like shit, then it's probably because you've got some stuff going on. Try to find a medical professional to help you. But there's ways that you can, without needing to spend money or go out of your way to find a medical professional, that you can analyze your mental health and help improve it. Absolutely.
I gotta go do some adult shit, but I'll be right back. Shut up. Xander, I'm trying to come socks, and I'm throwing it over to Demon Mama.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's really funny because everybody here has sort of been fighting a straw man of what they think my position is. I really wonder why that might have happened.
I wonder why.
But yeah, so it's really interesting. We have tons of, like, we have an entire
Nothing triggers me more than when we are like limited on time and she takes time to like throw these snide little remarks. It reminds me when I was talking to Vosh on the
going to the point of Walmart.
Prime
You can
Case
go into
panel.
Walmart
It's
and you
really
can buy
fucking irritating.
yeast infection medication because you can self-diagnose a yeast infection. Yeah, wow, amazing. It's almost like we actually do trust people to some degree to self-diagnose. Now, it's interesting. People have come up with all these weird straw men that I've never said. Literally never once said avoid a doctor. Literally
Really?
never once said like
You had to go
self-med
with
or any of
yeast
these
infection. You
You've
couldn't
been
just
coming
be
up with
like
the most
sore throat.
extreme examples because you need me to look bad. Because you know, and everybody here knows, self-diagnosis is a thing that normally happens. That understanding these things is essential. And not only that, but again, I have study after study after study here. I can drop them in the chat if you want to. That shows that patients that are more informed about themselves, their potential diagnosis, their potential final diagnosis, which is never final. No diagnosis is final. Even with cancer, it's not final. You could find something that's totally different. But,
What? No one is talking about
this
a final
increases their outcomes. Self-diagnosis is a natural part. Now, if you want to try and split hairs and say, we don't want to call it self-diagnosis or whatever, that's fine. But this stuff, like, I don't know. I think it was Destiny who earlier this week, maybe even yesterday, said that it's like, oh, it's like collecting Pokemon or something like that. I've literally never said anything like this, and I would appreciate people actually engage with my arguments instead of engaging in like extremely weird, like character assassination weird.
Just one quick question, a clarifying question.
And Destiny.
I really want to know, what is your position on when it comes to self-diagnosing and like then going to a doctor? So like if you have self-diagnosed yourself with depression and then you go to the doctor and they give you something else, then what, like, do you, because it sounds to me from what you were arguing, it sounded a lot like you were arguing that the self-diagnosis should supersede the medical diagnosis.
Did you watch my video?
Or at the, no, I'm talking about what I've heard on this panel. And
okay,
I was also, okay, so then if you, so like what, so you're just saying that it's important to self-diagnose, that's it?
Yeah, that's literally what I've said. I've claimed that
And
it's
what do you
very
mean by
important. I believe very strongly. I've literally already said this. I just wish people would listen to me instead of fighting whatever straw man it is. I think that self-diagnosis is an important process. It is the process that brings many people to get the help that they need to live better lives. It's true
Right,
for
but
me.
what was the whole thing about the doctors and the ivory?
Wait, I think it's important to criticize doctors. Also, hold on, I can talk about this. One of the things that you get told when you go to a major, any sort of healthcare clinic where you're getting set up with a therapist is that if your therapist, if things aren't working out between your therapist, because psychotherapy is so important, it's very, very important to have the ability that if you don't feel,
we gotta keep going. I mean,
can I just do this? Can I please?
There's 8 people and you're getting half the round. So I have to keep it going. I don't care. I don't care. There's no negotiating. There's no negotiating. There's no negotiating. This is not a democracy. Okay? I'm an authoritarian today. Okay? I got my little brown shirts behind me. Okay? We're throwing it over to Destiny.
Okay, do you recognize, is a yes or no question. Is there a difference to you between recognizing symptoms in yourself versus diagnosing yourself?
I mean, I don't really think so. Those are basically the same
if
process.
you don't recognize the difference between these two things, then I don't understand why you are having or trying to have these conversations when you're ill-equipped to do so. I don't understand how you don't recognize the difference between a diagnosis of something versus recognizing symptoms. Because if you would just like couch your language a bit more responsibly, instead of using literal anti-vaxxer arguments like sometimes doctors have made mistakes and medicine can be expensive and doctors are wrong and they make mistakes. Instead of using literal anti-vax arguments and conflating the difference between a diagnosis versus just recognizing symptoms, most of what you're saying is pretty agreeable. It's pretty important that people are able to recognize their own feelings, recognize themselves, and able to recognize things that have changed over time. That's probably one of the most important things when it comes to communicating even physical ailments to a doctor. But as soon as you up that to you should diagnose yourself, that is a totally different thing. Going into it, hold on, you've talked for 30 minutes. Okay, shut the fuck up. There's a difference between going into a doctor and saying like, hey, I feel like I have crazy mood swings and like I just feel like I'm not making friends but there's a huge difference between saying that versus going to be like, hey, what's up? I've got a borderline personality disorder, so yeah, right? As soon as you have that diagnosis in your head, it causes all sorts of like horrible things to happen. People that have mental illness are already like cognitively distorted, such that it's hard for them to recognize their own thoughts and other people's thoughts and like what's going on exactly. There could be a lot of issues there. The idea that you would find a diagnosis, start reading the symptom list, and then like potentially maybe matching that is like mind-fucking yourself in a way that you should never be doing it. If you want to say self-identify symptoms, that is totally fine and that's super positive, but self-diagnosing with a mental illness and then going into a doctor and potentially fighting them over it is like the worst idea in the world.
What are you're literally just inventing a person to be mad at. This is so silly. This is the thing that gets so
Can you just
frustrating.
go on to the
You're
next
so
person?
good.
Dylan, if she's gonna waste time ad homing, she's already talked for over half the round. Just go on to another person.
Look, I am limiting. I am doing my best. Okay.
Don't let her do the
This
fun.
isn't a thing about direct adjustment. Okay. If so, you have to make do with the time you have. That's the whole point of this, right? If you don't got the time, then you kind of up shit creek. D-Mama, I was gonna let you speak, but then fuck. Okay, just you got 20 seconds. Okay.
20 seconds to respond.
She just wasted 5 of it.
First of all, Destiny, you're wrong about this. There is evidence that shows that there aren't actually negative, particularly notable at all negative side effects of people diagnosing, going and talking to a doctor. If you go into a doctor, in fact, this is an experience I had where I said, Doctor, listen, I've been diagnosed with depression, but the depression meds aren't helping my focus issues. I think I might have ADHD. Can you screen me for ADHD? I was screened with a formal screening with ADHD. Turns out I hit basically every single one for ADHD. That was a process of self-diagnosis. And
Okay, so now moving forward from this, moving forward. No, I was called by Dylan.
Browdigus.
So moving, I agree with a lot of what Destiny said. That looking at yourself and being able to notice what's wrong with you and the kind of symptoms you're showing is extremely important when you go to a doctor. That way, that doctor knows. That doctor doesn't live with you. That doctor doesn't see your everyday life. The doctor depends very much so on what you tell them feel is wrong with you. Such as I'm always tired. I don't ever have the energy to do anything. I'm always on the couch. I'm always on the bed. That's extremely important. But to go as far as to say, which Demon Mama has, that when doctors are the only ones that can diagnose, it leads to asylums and gatekeeping is insane. It is absolutely insane that saying that the people that have gone to school for 8 years are not as well trained and not as well versed as you are, who when you've looked up WebMD and you've met 3 of the symptoms, so you automatically diagnose yourself with that. There's many more symptoms that can include this.
Let him finish the answer.
Doctors have consistently said, do not WebMD yourself. I've never met one doctor or never heard one doctor that has openly suggested, you know what, before you come see me, go ahead, look it up on WebMD and figure out what you need to do for yourself before you come see me.
I want to stay in Demon Mama. Can I do it?
Sure, then we're gonna go to Josie, and then we're gonna go to Loner, and then we're gonna go to Xander.
You know what? I'm not gonna be a dick. Josie, I haven't heard from you. I'm just gonna pass off my time.
Okay, Josie.
Hello, everybody. How are you? Happy to be here. So I think, I think there is a mistaken idea of what is being said right now, because I know that if I went and broke my arm, I would go to the doctor and say, hey, I think I broke my arm. And the doctor would probably be like, yeah, you're probably right. Let's take an x-ray to verify that. My PTSD, it was also symptomatic. So I was like really depressed, and I started talking a lot about the Navy and started looking at my ideas. So I went and saw a doctor and said, hey, I think I may have these things from trauma. Can you take a look at it? And then I got diagnosed with PTSD. And I saw symptoms that I might be a little ADHD, and I went to my psychologist and I'm getting a battery test to see if I have it. So I'm not self-diagnosing myself with any of those things. Even my gender dysphoria, I didn't say, I'm trans. I was like, oh, my gender. So I went and saw a gender therapist. So I think that the argument that you're trying to make, Dear Mama, is correct. I think it's just one of the things of like the self-diagnosis and like being diagnosed officially is the issue. But I think we know ourselves, and I think nobody here is going to argue that we know like the things that are going on with us. We wouldn't see a doctor unless we think something's wrong. We wouldn't see a therapist unless you think something is wrong. And sometimes those symptoms are the things that come up. So I agree. I think that a patient can understand themselves, but I don't think they should go around saying I have ADHD without an actual diagnosis.
I agree.
But
I never said that. I never said that.
I'm not saying you did. I'm not saying you did. I'm just, yeah.
Got it. Wonderful. We're gonna go to, I think next it was Loner Box, then Zan.
Yeah, I just had a couple of clarifying questions actually. I mean, when I first saw that there was like self-diagnosis, whatever, I just immediately thought, like when you go to the doctor and say, yeah, I think I'm depressed, then they check and then they, ask you about your symptoms, and then they come back with a diagnosis, and it's them who makes the decision. Like Demon Mama, you actually said when you went to a doctor and then you asked about symptoms, and then you asked, I think this might be ADHD, can you screen for ADHD? And then they said yes, ADHD. Is that right? So as far as I know, that's you. Your self-diagnosis was much less conclusive than the diagnosis of the doctor. Would that be fair?
Yeah, for sure. I never said that. I've never once made the argument that self-diagnosis should be the conclusion. I've literally said
I just want to follow up then. So Destiny, was your problem with the self-diagnosis thing just that term online in the age of Tumblr and shit, or what was the problem with that term?
They're using the words wrong. For other purposes, I think. But you're not diagnosing yourself. You're just understanding your own symptoms. That's what you're doing. That's what you're supposed to present a doctor. You're supposed to give a doctor your symptoms, not a diagnosis. Saying that I'm depressed or I have attention problems, maybe ADHD, that's fine. But there's a difference between that and here's the diagnosis I have for myself. But people don't seem to want to understand that for some reason.
Sounds like a pretty small distinction.
It's not, well, it is here because now we're on a panel, but in her video she said self-diagnosis could be the most important thing, and then she went on to make a bunch of anti-vax arguments about doctors. So that's, now like on the panel it's more reasonable.
Very nice, very nice. Nice try,
Great.
dude.
So we need to throw it to Xander because we only have a minute left.
Yeah, so I have not followed the drama between Demon Mama and Destiny, which I'm pretty sure is what kind of caused this topic to come up. So I'm just going to give my best take on this from what I've seen, and we'll go from there. So I'm surprised that I've seen so many people make comparisons to self-diagnosing mental health to breaking a leg or having a yeast infection. There's a big difference between having constipation or looking down saying, well, yeah, I got a yeast infection going on there, and knowing what's going on in your head. The human brain is unbelievably complicated.
Right.
Everyone has different chemical balances, structure inside of the brain. It's very complicated. I do think, and I don't think anyone here disagrees with this, that acknowledging you've got symptoms and trying to help to alleviate them while you find like an actual diagnosis from a doctor is a bad thing. I think what's happening here is a huge misunderstanding of terminology, and that's unfortunate. But I think for the most part, we're all on the same page.
Okay.
I would argue that there's a deliberate attempt to misinterpret my statements. If you want to say that, oh, the word self. Sorry, go ahead.
The round is over. You'll be able to open the next round. We have one more round where we're talking about this. Okay. So, I've gotten the first vote, and it's for Sprouticus. Man, they're gunning for you, Sprout.
Which judge hates Sprouticus every single round?
Yeah, I'm kind of curious.
Can I
Get
say
some
that?
names out here.
I kind of want to say. I'll ask him if I can say it. So the first one is Sprouticus. The second one is for Connor, and the third one's for Connor. Connor, that's what you get for being nice.
Get the fuck out of here! Bunch of
That's what you
fucking
get for being
assholes.
nice. You gave someone else time. Look, you helped Josie up, and boom, in the
Listen,
back. That's what happened.
that'll teach me to be nice. You
That'll
fucking
teach you
assholes.
to be a nice person. Yeah.
Hi, Connor.
What is it Jordan Peterson
see you,
said about
buddy.
nice guys?
Yeah. No, hey, before you yeet me, Jordan Peterson won this round. All right.
Wonderful.
Bye.
You have a good one.
Clean your room. It's true. Clean your room. Open some windows. It's true. It's good for you.
Yeeted. Okay, is anybody getting? I'm waiting for my staff to eat it, but there we go. Okay. Next, we have Prime Kai. And also, I didn't shout out Josie at the start of the last round, so Josie's here too. Okay, we're going to continue. D-Mama, you can open this round. Mental health.
Wait, no, if she opens and everybody responds to her and she gets stuck for 30 minutes, how she get another opener?
Dude, calm down, man.
You know what?
I haven't even got a chance to talk.
Destiny?
Yeah?
Destiny? Who asked? D-Mama.
Thank you. Yeah, so I really encourage people to go actually watch my video and not just listen to whatever nonsense.
The start of the last round, so Josie's here too. Okay, we're gonna continue. D-Mama, you can open this round. Mental health.
Wait, no, if she opens and everybody responds to her and she gets stuck for 30 minutes, how she get another opener?
Dude, calm down, man.
You know what?
I haven't even got a chance to talk.
Destiny?
Yeah?
Destiny? Who asked? D-Mama.
Thank you. Yeah, so I really encourage people to go actually watch my video and not just listen to whatever nonsense has been filtered through Twitter. The fact that, like, first of all, the idea that, like, saying the word self-diagnosis is somehow deeply inaccurate is just ridiculous. Like, self-diagnosis is a perfectly valid term. You could also say non-clinical diagnosis, but a self-diagnosis is naturally non-clinical unless you're a doctor. And even then, you know, there's limits to your ability to diagnose yourself. Obviously, there are varying degrees of complexity for all kinds of things that you might engage with, but what I said in my video, the wording was, arguably, self-diagnosis is the most important step. And I think it's interesting that people have ignored that in order to say that I'm some kind of, like, anti-vaxxer. It feels very weird. It almost feels like people have a motivated reason for why they're making a straw man about it. But whatever. The fact of the matter is that self-diagnosis is incredibly helpful, and it can also help you get to a more accurate diagnosis. There's all kinds of things that you can do from the first thing, but you need to be able to recognize these things in yourself. Also, if it's somehow, like, bad that I said the word self-diagnosis, which I don't agree with that analysis, then I guess you should probably talk to Windows as well, because they have your diagnostic tool that helps you figure out what's wrong with your computer, and you're not a technician. So I guess you might want to have a word with Microsoft.
Okay, Sprouticus and Zan and the Destiny.
So, I agree with you on the first part. I'm going to call it something different, but that's just semantics. I'm not here to argue semantics. Recognizing what is wrong with you in your life is very important when you're dealing with disorders, when you're dealing with what's going on. Recognizing your arm hurts, you fell on it, it hurts very bad. You may have broken your arm, you also may have sprained your arm. Those are two very different things, treated in two very different ways. And the doctors, and this is going to kind of closed mind kind of statement is that the doctors, when you go to a doctor, they don't trust the patient. They never trust the patient when the patient walks in. Doctors will 100% verify what you say.
Okay,
You don't walk in and say, yeah, this happened to me, and this is what's going on, and this is what it is. The doctor will never trust you. They will always take a step back. They will always do something else to verify that that is what it is before they make a diagnosis. You don't just walk into a doctor and say, yeah, I've got this, and they'll, oh yeah, you must have that because you told me that you have that, and here's your medicine. That
I don't
never
think anyone
happens.
disagrees with this.
No,
I
I
disagree
do.
with that.
So
The
that's
doctors,
by the way, the idea
that's
that,
not true.
Okay, wait.
The idea is that doctors
No,
don't
no,
trust their
no,
patients.
no. So we have a timekeep. We're keeping time with track of how much people talk. So we're throwing it over the Zan, the Destinies, and Prime.
Yeah, so it seems like what's going on between Demon Mama and Destiny, elephant in the room, I know, they are not fans of each other, and, you know, that's going to happen, but I want to add a little bit on to what Hunter said earlier in a way that does not come off as bad faith, I guess, because that seemed to be how it's coming off. I don't think what Demon Mama was saying was exactly an anti-vaxxer argument, but I have debated many times people who have made anti-science arguments, and they've made that argument that sometimes doctors are wrong. They'll bring up examples of the way that the federal government or doctors thereof have engaged in bad practices or have come to the wrong conclusion or have engaged in experimentation that's been wrong, how mistakes are made by doctors and you have to be referred, and that is completely true. I think there's that, I'm gonna be honest, I think Destiny's got a bit of a bias against Demon Mama. I know, gonna take issue with that, but yeah, I think that's the point Demon Mama is making, that there is the possibility of doctors being wrong, but that is often, to be fair, often used a lot by anti-science people, anti-doctor people, and I've heard it many times from conservatives who've done that, and I understand the concern there.
Okay, next was, I said Zan, next I said Destiny, right?
Yeah, so the difference between trying to like self-diagnose like an obvious physical ailment versus a mental ailment is entirely different. Like generally, like a cognitive distortion doesn't occur when you break your arm. Anybody can look at their arm and see if it's clearly broken. And it also doesn't even really work as an example because if you say that you quote-unquote broke your arm, the doctor's not just going to treat it like a broken arm, you're going to get an x-ray to verify it. Now, there isn't a comparable thing like that for the brain, unless you like kill somebody and chop their brain open and start like trying to like test for gray matter or something, right? Like there isn't like there's generally not a physical test for the vast majority of like things that affect the mind. So that's one thing. Secondly, I don't want to run around in circles on this, but I don't understand why people don't understand the difference between what a diagnosis is, whether we call it a non-clinical diagnosis or a diagnosis, versus understanding what a symptom is. There is a difference. Like, I can go to, like, I might think I have, like, the flu, or I might think I have something, and I go get some, like, cough syrup, or I go get, like, something for, like, a fever or whatever. I'm not diagnosing myself with a particular virus. I just understand I have some symptoms, and I'm trying to treat the symptoms. There is a difference between, like, recognizing a symptom rather than diagnosing yourself. And when we're talking about people that might have a mental illness that might inhibit their ability to understand themselves well or understand what's going on around them well, the idea that those people are in a position to make a self-diagnosis is just not true. All you have to do is change the language to you should be able to recognize your symptoms and whatnot, and then you should be able to go and talk to your doctor about them. Change that from you should get a self-diagnosis first is the most important thing. Don't let doctors gatekeep you from getting a diagnosis.
Can I ask you something real quick? Can I ask a clarification then? Are you willing to roll back your ridiculous statements about me being an anti-vaxxer then now that you completely changed your argument?
So I haven't changed any of my arguments. Earlier when you said things like doctors used to let can I finish? If you're gonna ask me a question, I'm gonna respond. So if you're gonna say things earlier like doctors lobotomized people in the past, there's flaws in the medical system, the earlier DSM was wrong. This is the exact same types of arguments that anti-vaxxers make, or people in certain communities when they say in the past the medical system was harmful, when in the past the medical system has had problems. Saying that the medical system had problems in the past implies that you ought not to trust the medical system today, which implies that a self-diagnosis is more valuable potentially than a diagnosis from a medical professional because in the past they weren't trustworthy, therefore today they might not be trustworthy. Sorry, you can't
Prime
say
disagrees, so I'm throwing it over to Prime. Prime disagrees. I want to throw it to Prime. Prime has nothing on the topic, and he disagrees. So,
Hey, yes. So, Steven and I had a long conversation last night about exactly this. Now, Steven's actually moved me closer to his opinion than I was at the start. I actually had no opinion on it previously, but he moved me closer to his position. But I feel like he's doing it again of like minimizing the effect of bigotry within the medical field, right? And so I'd say that I don't go out the medical field saying that the minorities can't trust doctors and they shouldn't bother to go visit. I'm simply acknowledging that their experiences are maybe different from the experiences Stephen may have had in the past, right? That when you go to a medical professional, right, the way they treat you is dependent on their own experiences, just like anyone else, right? They are no different from the rest of the population. So they're coming in there with their own biases, their own thoughts about like their own preconceived notions. And so that affects their treatment. Like this, I'm not saying anything revolutionary, right? It's very basic stuff. So all I want to say is that in terms of people having access to medical care, they may have that access, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the treatment they'll get is sufficient. So I can understand a person trying to self-diagnose because they're not getting the treatment they feel they deserve. However, I do think that they simply shouldn't trust their own diagnoses, right? Like I feel that should always be double checked. If you feel like there's a problem, if you feel that your doctor has diagnosed you with something wrong, right? Well, then yes, get a second, third, fourth opinion if you have to, right? Until you feel that you are getting the treatment that you deserve. But I don't think it's anything wrong with someone simply looking up, right? Like going to going online, trying to understand what's happening within their own body, and then taking charge of their own health care. But that does involve actually interfacing with the medical system. And then just quickly, Sprouticus, like, yeah, you're like wrong. Hey, buddy, nice to see you. But you're wrong. Doctors, of course, rely on patients to explain their symptoms, right? You don't just come into the office, sit down, stare at them blankly, and they're like, oh yeah, all right, I got this. No, like they take in your input. Now you could be experiencing something and not realize exactly what you're, I mean, it's something what Dustin was saying, right? You can experience something and not actually understand what you're experiencing, and you can relate that to a doctor, but it helps them guide you. And I'm done. Go ahead.
Right. So you can rely. I mean, doctors can rely on what a patient says, but they never trust 100%. That's what the patient needs. Patients lie, and you hear this all the time in medical community. Patients
Good
lie.
work.
So no. Okay, so I haven't been able. Okay, so So I actually have family members in the medical community. Patients lie. And so with that being said, the doctor will never trust 100% when you walk in that what you say is 100% absolutely the truth. They will always verify afterwards that is actually what's going on before they make a diagnosis. That's how doctors work, is they take what you say and they take it and they're like, okay, so this is a suggestion. This isn't necessarily a 100% the truth right here. And let's go off this suggestion first, and let's move towards what we think is a medical diagnosis. And the first test, I said the doctors never trust their patients. They don't. They always verify. They always verify. They don't trust.
There's a couple of things I can say here. There's a couple of things I can say. First of all, once again, in order for the people who've been going way above and beyond to attack my position, they have to strip literally all context and prescriptions in order to make it seem like I'm making some sort of anti-vax thing. Literally never said anything. In my video, I went great extent about where and why and the issues that are there with the mental health industry in our country, with whatever. And these are real issues that are very, very. A published study by Kaiser Permanente, I believe the biggest healthcare provider.
And her audio is cut out.
Oh no. Oh,
yeah, sorry. So I'm gonna have to.
Okay. I'm back.
Okay, we got it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Am I able to finish?
Well, no. Now I gotta throw to Josie.
Shouldn't have wasted so much time on the
Josie.
Ah, sucks.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna bring it back. I'm gonna bring it back to what this whole conversation was supposed to be about. Is there a benefit to people self-diagnosing and looking at this stuff? And what Prime Kai said is absolutely right about how people are treated differently once they go into that doctor's office. If they're black, if they're a woman, or if they're trans, if they're white, they're affluent. There's so many ways that doctors listen to you. So because we have more access to knowledge and information, and are able to go and be like, I wonder what's going on with me, and you're a minority kid in some area where you don't.
I hate this idea that every system treats minorities and like women as like these completely incapable children. It's so fucking harmful. They go so far with it. I hate it so much. It's so stupid.
Because I know that they actually keep me focused. I do things differently on how I operate and work. I would not know that without access to information. I would not know to even ask a doctor if I had these symptoms at all if I didn't have that access. So the whole debate is about, is this a good thing? And overall, I think more people are seeing help than the negative. So in my opinion, just for the sake of debate, yes, I think that the access to information and having people understand their symptoms for a healthcare system that isn't equitable is a better thing overall. Could it get better? Yes. Is there more access to healthcare needed? Yes. But I think right now we're in a good place of learning more about ourselves and our own humanity.
Okay,
That is
we
still
got
not diagnosed.
we have 1 minute. We have 1 minute left, and 2 people haven't talked. So I want to give it to Hunter and Box.
Okay, so Dima Mama, I understand your point. I think that it's important to be able to self-diagnose. If that was all your segment was, which was on self-diagnosing, then that would probably be a overall agreeable thing, that we should be in tune with our bodies and understand our symptoms. Sure, why not? But the problem is when you are mixing that in with this long tangent about how, like, the medical field, the past mistakes, the gatekeeping doctors, this leads to the asylums. I know at one point you even used the word the ivory tower. Even if you are not actually anti-intellectual yourself, you are lending credence to anti-intellectualism, which is that your self-diagnosis will supersede that of a professional.
Literally never claimed that, and I request that you please engage with the things that I actually said in context, and not
I'm
just
not
rip
saying
things out.
it's not just about what you just said, it's
I don't
about the
think you watched the video.
consequences of what you've said.
Okay, so now I have to throw it over the Box because we're gonna go over a little bit. Box, wrap it up for us.
I don't know. I feel like I'm lost in translation. I'm trying to think of every single time I've heard someone I know in real life mention the word self-diagnosis. It was always in the context of I've got this feeling, and self was basically like serving the same function as a word like informal or shit diagnosis, you know, just like incomplete diagnosis. Like I don't think I've ever heard someone say self-diagnosis in the context of I'm like overriding the medical profession, or as even as any general kind of attack on the medical profession. I don't understand, but I don't know, maybe this whole conversation is just like more about pride than the arguments, but that's just a personal informal diagnosis.
Okay, so I have the votes. So the first vote is for Prime. The second vote is for Box. And the last vote is for Sprouticus. So there's a three-way tie. And so what we do in situations like this is I make the decision because I want to make this a formal process. And when I look at the three people, the person who I think contributed the least to this round and did the less, I'm sad to say, Loner Box. Love you, buddy. But, you know, it's a tough fucking world. And you know what? And I know it hurts the British community because you ain't taking this one home either, okay? Sorry.
Hey, I just came here to make new friends. It's all good. Good luck, everyone. Knock 'em dead.
See you later, buddy. Okay, bring the next person is. Next topic. As we have a Latinx streamer on the stream, we're going to be talking about Cuba. And there's a lot of stuff going on about Cuba. There's protests on the street. There's sanctions still placed on Cuba. And there's a big discussion about what's going on in Cuba right now and what's going on with the future of Cuba and American and Cuban relations. You may all begin.
Context and prescriptions in order to make it seem like I'm making some sort of anti-vax thing. Literally never said anything in there.
These completely incapable children. It's so fucking treats my
minority kid and we're in a good place of learning more about ourselves and our own humanity.
Okay,
That is still not diagnosed.
we have 1 minute. We have 1 minute left, and two people haven't talked. So I want to give it to Hunter and Box.
Okay, so Dima Mama, I understand your point. I think that it's important to be able to self-diagnose. If that was all your segment was, which was on self-diagnosing, then that would probably be a overall agreeable thing, that we should be in tune with our bodies and understand our symptoms. Sure, why not? But the problem is when you are mixing that in with this long tangent about how, like, the medical field, the past mistakes, the gatekeeping doctors, this leads to the asylums. I know at one point you even used the word the ivory tower. Even if you are not actually anti-intellectual yourself, you are lending credence to anti-intellectualism, which is that your self-diagnosis will supersede that of a professional.
Literally never claimed that, and I request that you please engage with the things that I actually said in context, and not just rip things out.
It's not just about what you just said, it's about the consequences of what you've said.
Okay, so now I have to throw it over the Box because we're gonna go over a little bit. Box, wrap it up for us.
I don't know. I feel like I'm lost in translation. I'm trying to think of every single time I've heard someone I know in real life mention the word self-diagnosis. It was always in the context of I've got this feeling, and self was basically like serving the same function as a word like informal or shit diagnosis, you know, just like incomplete diagnosis. Like I don't think I've ever heard someone say self-diagnosis in the context of I'm like overriding the medical profession, or as even as any general kind of attack on the medical profession. I don't understand, but I don't know, maybe this whole conversation is just like more about pride than the arguments, but that's just a personal informal diagnosis.
Okay, so I have the votes. So the first vote is for Prime. The second vote is for Box. And the last vote is for Sprouticus. So there's a three-way tie. And so what we do in situations like this is I make the decision because I want to make this a formal process. And when I look at the three people, the person who I think contributed the least to this round and did the less, so I'm sad to say, Loner Box. Love you, buddy. But, you know, it's a tough fucking world. And you know
Cool.
what? And I know it hurts the British community because you ain't taking this one home either, okay? Sorry.
Hey, I just came here to make new friends. It's all good. Good luck, everyone. Knock 'em dead.
See you later, buddy. Okay, bringing the next person is next topic. As we have a Latinx streamer on the stream, we're gonna be talking about Cuba, and there's a lot of stuff going on about Cuba. There's protests on the street. There's sanctions still placed on Cuba, and there's a big discussion about what's going on in Cuba right now and what's going on with the future of Cuba and American and Cuban relations. You may all begin.
The problems going on with Cuba right now have almost nothing to do with the embargo. The embargo's been going on for decades. The United States is able to export food and medical supplies to Cuba. Cuba just makes really bad macroeconomic decisions. People there that are having protests are doing it on behalf of the fact that, one, it's an authoritarian regime, believe it or not. A lot of people don't like authoritarian regimes. And two, they're having problems getting access to food and shit. Their ration cards are unbelievable. And three, the way that they run their economy and the way that they run like their agriculture sector is incredibly inefficient, and it doesn't work. And the country just has a whole bunch of problems that are independent of anything related to the U.S. embargoes, which is what every left-leaning person wants to blame 100% of Cuba's problems on.
No, it's the CIA.
And that.
I mean, I think that's a little bit of a. I mean, I think that's a little uncharitable towards the lefties. But I mean, I think there's points to be said about the extended embargo. But I don't think there's. I think it's very strange that there's an attempt to sort of project a lot of political sort of prescriptions on a protest that's going. Like protests happen in every country. Protests happen here. Like I think it's perfectly reasonable to assume there are people who have legitimate grievances with the Cuban government, especially given a lot of controversial things that the Cuban government has done in the past. But I also think that it's not fair to just completely disregard the fact that there has been not just an embargo, arguably a blockade that's been put on Cuba, and that is going to damage things. That's going to lead to bad living conditions. And we already know this. We've talked about this extensively with regard to how Trump affected Iran, with the sanctions in Iran just driving COVID deaths through the roof. Yeah, maybe this particular protest doesn't have a direct connection to the embargo/blockade, but I think that ignoring that would be ridiculous. And I think all of us being Americans, it's important for us to recognize that keeping the people of a country completely choked out of world trade is going to have a lot of negative effects, and also it might even encourage more authoritarian behavior, because if a country feels beset on all sides, if they feel like they have no allies that they can work with whatsoever, well, they might crack down in order to hold power. I think we've seen this in numerous cases where authoritarian governments gain power by taking advantage of the external factors that are being imposed on them by whatever world power. I think this is one of those situations where ignoring that would just be out of hand.
Can I go next?
Good point.
Can I go next? You gotta let me go
Him.
next. Hey, how's it going, everybody? Damon Mama, I have to have a chat with you about this self-diagnosis thing. Long
topic's
later.
over. The
Okay,
topic's
but wait,
over.
yeah. And okay, I want to say, as someone who is from Iran, I know that the economic sanctions definitely fucking hurt a lot of ways. But I think it's foolish to fall into this trap of saying that it's only the economic sanctions that are causing problems in any of these given places. The people of Iran absolutely fucking hate the government because it's completely corrupt. They just had an election recently where they didn't let any moderates run. All of the moderates were banned from running. And I didn't hear leftists saying anything about this or it's because America wasn't involved in that. So I think it's important to note that, yes, sanctions are harmful, but at the same time, the governments of these various countries also have a role to play as well. And it's like, it's foolish to go all the way to one side or all the way to the other side.
So, I mean, here's something we should do.
Holy moly, that was a lot of that was a lot of people. Okay, but a lot of people haven't talked yet, so I gotta throw it over to, I would say, you know what, Sprouticus, foreign policy expert.
Okay, so the United States should go over and help the Cuban protesters. The Cuban government has been dictatorial for a while now. We've sat by and watched it. President Obama practically praised Fidel Castro while he was in office. So we need to go over there. We need to stop this dictatorial process we're letting happen off just under 100 miles away from our shores. We need to go over there. We need to help, and then after we institute a new government in Cuba and help assist them all the way through, just like we did with Japan after World War II. We help assist them all the way through, all the way to completion, and then we, while we're doing that, we lift the embargo. We start to give Cuba trade. But I said, while Cuba is dictatorial, we should not be trading with Cuba.
Bay of Pigs 2 Electric Boogaloo. Next, I'm gonna throw it over to, I'll say Josie Rose.
Okay, so like any collapse of like the way governmental systems work and state government systems work, it is a combination of everything, right? Like the fact that we have, when Trump put the sanctions on Cuba, just on monetary alone, you had the hard currency in Cuba drop. You had about 407 Western Union locations shut down, airport travel, all of those things happened. You had COVID that happened as well, and you also have the failure of the regime and making sure people have basic rights and the food shortages. Like Dr. Himdao talked about Iran, it is a combination of everything. Like the stability of outside foreign intervention, the ability for a country not to just trade normally and trade its goods is a complete destructive factor in making sure that civil unrest happens. And this is also an example, like we were talking about the CIA too, this is exactly what they want. They want governmental systems to be disruptive. They want people to be in unrest. They want these food shortages, these medical shortages, these things, so people start ripping their government apart so it's easier for them to have a regime change. Now, that may be a little conspiratorial, but the U.S. has a really high history of doing such things. So what we have to do is, yeah, it is a little. But at the end of, but the thing about it is, the people of Cuba are suffering. I know people that have family in Cuba, and they are really shook right now. They're afraid that their elderly family members aren't going to get the medical care that they need or are going to die. They're already trying to plan ways to go and see their family because they're afraid of the food shortages and the fact that disease is starting to spread because the basic economic systems in Cuba aren't working. So the things that we need to do right now is humanitarian aid, stop this silly blockade, and actually help people like we're supposed to. Cuba went all over the world trying to help prevent COVID with the best scientists in the world. They tried very hard to help with the vaccine efforts as well. And this is what we do to repay them, is just to sit and watch as their country begins to unravel. And we need to do the right thing and help the Cuban citizens.
Okay.
Real quick,
I gotta throw it to Derek.
Sweet revenge. Thank you.
I just wanted to respond
as a Latinx Cuban member of this panel. There's just so much misinformation when people talk about this. First of all, comparing the sanctions in Iran that are enforced by dozens of countries versus the U.S. embargo against Cuba, these two things are not similar to one another. One, Cuba still has the ability to buy food and humanitarian supplies from the United States. They have had for over 2 decades. And two, Cuba still has the ability to trade with literally the rest of the world. Sorry for the ad-hom, but I think it's a little rich that lefties say that America engages in this imperialism all the time, that America's this horrible trading partner, are saying that Cuba is suffering just because they don't have access to the U.S. like markets. That's pretty funny to me. Number two, there is no blockade. I don't know why we keep saying blockade, but there's no blockade. That doesn't exist. Number three, talking about the fact that like the Cuban currency dropped, it did, but again, these are macroeconomic policies related to the Cuban government differential monetary system. Their ending of the dual currency system is why their currency is having so much trouble. Their inability to export goods or services to other countries because of their horrible mismanagement of their agricultural sector are not things that can be blamed on the United States. I'm sorry. And then in terms of the country cannot trade normally, the country can trade normally. They can trade normally with everybody in everybody in the world, just not the United States. Again, if you think that access to U.S. markets is so important that it's like foundational to a country surviving, that's just kind of ironic to me coming from people that say that the U.S. engages in like predatory trade practices.
Okay, Mama, most people haven't spoken, but I'll give you like 10 to 15 seconds, okay? And I'll
I just wanted to respond before it gets too far away from something Heem said. Heem said he doesn't hear anybody say like give fair credence to the protests in Cuba. I literally did in my opening statement. I said
I didn't say anything about Cuba. I didn't say anything about Cuba.
Let her
finish. What I was saying is that I think I literally said in my opening statement that I believe I have no doubt. This was the wording that I used. I have no doubt that there are very legitimate grievances against the authoritarian government. I just wanted to be clear to make sure that you know that there's
30 seconds.
So I think that leftists, I think a fair criticism that leftists often give cover to like communist governments, right? Like undue cover to them, simply because like the amount of criticism coming their way is just completely unfounded, right? So like on the other end, you kind of overcompensate, and then you can end up defending some pretty like terrible shit, right? So I don't know enough about the Cuban government to actually make a statement about exactly how they treated their citizens, but I could believe that the rhetoric you hear in like the circles might be a little overwrought, right? But of course, like I can't let this go by. Like Sprouticus, buddy, I love you. You know, you're great. But what the fuck? Invade? So your answer is like, oh, there's a protest in the streets, so we invade. Should we should that happen for all countries, right? Like any country where there's civil unrest, the U.S. should come in, like, and just like put a new government in. Let's take one, you know, like we did so well with all the other countries we've invaded, right? So yeah, we'll just like transfer that and put a new country in there. Like that's ridiculous. I mean, that's like, I mean, I guess why no one actually like talked about this, because it was such a ridiculous topic. So why would we even bother with it? But I'll take the time because I like you, Sprouticus, and this was a fucking terrible idea. All right.
You could say it's a terrible idea, but it's what we did with Japan. We stayed with Japan till it was completely done, and we're actually still with Japan. We are their military. In the treaty that we have with Japan, we are their military. They don't get a military.
Afghanistan, Iran, Libya, like,
if we did that with Cuba, I think Cuba could turn around. Cuba could be a great nation if they had a sustainable government that could sustain their citizens, give their citizens natural rights. And I think Cuba could really be.
Do you think that's what they're on the streets for? Right? Do you think that's what the people want? That the protests,
the Cubans want freedom.
Are for an American invasion. Now they may be against their country, right? They may be saying that the regime, they don't like the way that it's operating. They don't like how the economy is going. But do they want bombs to be falling in Havana? Is that what they were protesting for? Freedom bombs dropping on their heads? Is that what they want?
Wouldn't it be
good to know what they're advocating for? Wouldn't it be good to know what they're advocating for before you say CIA run?
Sam.
Yeah, so this is one of those surprise topics. I didn't have time to prepare for this one, but I've looked into it a little bit, so I've got a bit to say. Definitely don't think the CIA is involved with this. I mean, that's pretty conspiratorial. Like, I don't know why that was brought up. But it seems like the people protesting here are protesting for reasons that people generally tend to protest for, and that seems to be a lack of basic needs that a human being needs to survive. It seems like Cuba's access to food and medical supplies has been waiting for a while in the coronavirus pandemic.
Yo, why do I keep getting teleported outside of this dungeon? Am I clicking something wrong? What the fuck is happening?
Poverty, not to mention the pandemic also harmed tourism pretty badly, and as someone from Florida, I know what it's like whenever lack of tourism ends up coming up and it really fucks up the economy. It seems like what people are protesting for here, at least from what I can tell, isn't a change in government, but a change in living increase in the quality of living, because it is massively dropped in the last year and a half. 2 years.
Hunter Avalon.
Yeah, I was just gonna kind of honestly, Xander, I agree with you, quite honestly. What it seems to be happening is that it's just a protest for, better living conditions. This is being framed as like an anti-communist protest by some. It's not really like an anti-communist protest at the end of the day. And then, it's also being framed as like a CIA op, which is just like, conspiratorial and kind of laughable. When, it's true that America has a history of messing around with Cuba,
But if you look at the way that these protests are going compared to like the Bay of Pigs or the multiple different apps and data mining that they try to do, it does not compare at all. Like there is no evidence that this is the CIA at all. But yeah, we have people, lefties, like Mike from PA was like pushing this bullshit out. So.
Yeah,
well, maybe one day he'll challenge for the championship. I mean, I know. Okay.
I think
so. Okay. So for the rest of this, I'm just gonna repeat the rules since. Wait, let me just check. I don't want to be ableist. Does anybody in here have a hearing problem at all? Like a history of hearing problems? No. Then my favorite Latinx streamer. I'm sorry. I support you.
It's Latinx also. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. But I just want to make clear to everyone, when I'm speaking, no one else speaks. And from forward over, okay? I'm gonna use my executive authority more assuringly. Now, Eris, I guess ditched us. No response whatsoever. I assume she was too terrified by the contestants, so I'm gonna give you all a gift. No eliminations this round. None. You all get to stay in for another 15 minutes. You're welcome. That's what the chief executive here can do for you. You're gonna continue. 15 minutes. You can continue on the topic.
So the people in Cuba, they want they want freedom and liberty. They want natural. Sorry.
Oh, thank
Sprout,
you.
you can go after.
Wow, actually, wow. From now on, I'm gonna raise my hand. It actually works, guys. So listen, the thing is we're people on Twitch, especially content creators. People want to just comment on breaking news right away. I've refrained from commenting on this situation because I know that there's probably a whole lot of fucking nuance that I need to educate myself on before I fucking weigh in on this shit. But you have people who put in all capitals CIA involved in Cuba before they even fucking read into what is going on. And I think this is a major problem with like the over radicalization that exists on this platform in all cases, whether we're talking about medical information or the CIA. That there's so many situations in which people just need to look into it a little bit more before right away jumping to the most conspiratorial position. It might be a case that just perhaps there's a downside of capitalism or something that causes a certain problem, but when we go right to the extreme position of like, okay, that's it, just overthrow everything, everything's fucked, then it's like, what is the point of even having these discussions if we're just gonna go right to from the extreme right, no offense, Sprouticus, when it comes to immigration, to the very fucking extreme left when it comes to, oh, CIA is involved in everything. I hate that, and I wish that we could maybe acknowledge that altogether and move towards a more productive conversation.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to.
These Cubans, they're protesting their government, and again. So these no, Dylan literally just said me.
I said Sprout, then Demon Mom.
Oh, sorry, I didn't.
Okay. So these Cubans, they're protesting in a government they're not allowed to protest against the government in. This is an anti-communism protest. They're asking for these human rights. They're waving American flags. Journalists are being arrested in the streets. This is hideous. This is absolutely disgusting. America needs to take a step in for the rights of the people in Cuba, and that's what needs to happen. There is no I don't know what Dr. Heimdall's trying to get at. There's some kind of like middle ground to where we can just kind of blindly show support, like we did with Hong Kong, right? So we just blindly showed support. We didn't do anything, and China completely overran Hong Kong and decided that since the virus came in that they're just going to overrun Hong Kong, and we just sat there and watched it happen. And so we can't let that happen again. We have to take action in Cuba, and we have to make sure that Cuban citizens have natural rights.
Can I butt in really quick? I haven't talked in a while.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think the idea of this level of interventionism is silly. The idea that we should have sent troops on the ground to Hong Kong is that would have been an international disaster. I think we can acknowledge that. To talk to Dr. Heem's point, I also haven't done coverage on this particular event because of the same reason you mentioned. Especially when it comes to international issues, protests going on in other countries, I try to be very careful with those things. I think it's very irresponsible to say that that everything is CIA or whatever. I can understand having a conversation about CIA involvement in various countries. There's a real conversation to be had there. In fact, I think there's a couple of videos I could cite that I think do a very good job of documenting the American intelligence agencies and American military's involvement in other countries. But that doesn't mean that you should just jump to that at every conclusion. First of all, it makes you miss what's actually going on. You miss key information. But also, it's just not based on anything. So unless you have the evidence, if you have a genuine argument, well, mail it to The Intercept. The Intercept does this kind of stuff all the time, and they'll be able to tell you what's. I mean, they'll be able to follow up on that much better than any streamer can. So I do think that accusing people of it being CIA and all that is very irresponsible. Ignores the actual state on the ground, and you know, being a sort of anti-state lefty, I don't really appreciate like people the desires and requests of people, the demands of people who are suffering being ignored in the name of just saying, oh, it's CIA. That's ridiculous. There's real grievances that are here. Now, is there some room for critique of this? Sure.
Wonderful. Okay, now we're going to throw it over to Josie Rose.
Yes, thank you. I feel like my position has been misrepresented. I did not say this is a CIA op. I said if the country fails, then we may have to worry about such things like that. But what I was talking about really was the conditions on the ground. The fact that a lot of those conditions on the ground were expedited, or I guess made worse, was because of the sanctions that were put on Cuba, where one third of their revenue comes from remittances from Cuba. So people going to Cuba, giving family money to Cuba, and all of that. Like, people sending money to Cuban citizens was one of the economic pillars that kept Cuba going. And I have to disagree with what Destiny said earlier about, like, Cuba can trade with anybody. If you were to say that to Mexico and say, hey, Mexico, you're not going to trade with America anymore, you don't think that would devastate their economy because they're so close? The fact that they are so close to us basically makes them a bordering nation. Frankly, you can literally take a boat across the little strip of ocean. So the fact of the matter is, the connections that we have with the US and Cuba need to be restored and brought back to a position where we can actually have a partnership with them. And the fact is, we have been saying yes to Cuba here, no to Cuba here by the coming and going administration, and that is what's caused so much strife, is that people don't know if they're going to have food for the next presidential administration, if they're going to have money, and they're just had enough, and they just want basic human rights and human services. So ignore the CIA thing. The CIA thing is that they collapse. I did not say that this is a CIA op, so thank you.
Me and Coach.
And to add one thing on there, just a very, very quick thing.
We gotta keep going. Going over to Xander Hall. I don't think he's talked. Have you talked this topic?
No, I haven't.
Okay, Xander.
All right, yeah. So as this panel's resident Floridian X,
didn't he literally say, I haven't done much reading on this, but I just
say
did, and now I'm
I
gonna
think
wait.
there is no reason whatsoever, nor is it realistic for what Sproutic has said, to expect that America is going to invade Cuba, occupy it, and put in place a new government. There is no reason to do that whatsoever. It would be unbelievably unpopular. No, whatever president that did that would probably be committing career suicide. That would lose them the election, possibly. Americans at this point are not in big favor of occupying other countries. You can tell because of the fact that even though we've got fairly good reason to be in Afghanistan, Americans want our troops out of Afghanistan. What's probably most likely is that out of a gesture toward good PR, that will probably send some.
Did you lie to me?
Did I lie to you?
Yeah.
Did you speak this topic?
Yep.
Wait, I spoke last round, not on this round, no.
Wow. Anyway, so we're gonna keep going.
Can I?
Oh my God, he fucking axed him. Oh God, I feel
next person. We're gonna go over to. I just don't know if everybody has time to talk about it. Who hasn't talked yet? This topic. Now this round. See the difference there? Who hasn't talked this round? Does anybody not talk this round? Yeah, nobody's gonna fucking lie to me anymore, are they? Nah, nobody's gonna fucking lie to me now. Okay, I'm gonna throw it over to. Nobody else? Really? Now that who wants to talk? There we go. Okay, so we're gonna throw it over to Prime, then Demon Mama, then Destiny, then Sprout, and we wrap it. Still waiting.
So I'll say that when you're talking about American interference, simply the thought of discussing American interference, I think, is not crazy. Understanding the history of Cuba, understanding the history of American foreign policy, that is not crazy. However, stating it as fact that the protest we're seeing now is a CIA operation, right? That's plain ridiculous. We don't have to prove that. I think that it is irresponsible. But simply entertaining the thought that we might have something somewhere to do with something going on with Cuba, I think is not, insane. I think, sure. But again, Sproticus, I love you, right? So like the bombs, right? Like the murder that you're endorsing, right? Because this is what it is, right? So the Cuban government won't simply like lay down arms, like I give up, it's over, right? Had a good run, boys. No, they're gonna fight, and people are gonna die. And this is my problem all the time when people talk about these invasions. To say just so like lightly, oh yeah, we'll just invade. We'll just install a new government, right? Like, have you missed the last 20 years of U.S. foreign policy? Have you missed all of that and how well that's gone? And just to say that, like, oh no, we'll just install a new government. Like, I don't, like, how does anyone take you seriously? I don't get that. Again, I love you, buddy, but like, what's going on?
Good question.
Okay. Who did they say next? Destiny?
Me.
I think it said Demon Mama.
Oh, Demon Mama.
I want to answer wrong.
I just have a small thing. Yeah, that's fine. I just had a small thing. Like the argument that like that minimizes the embargo on Cuba also fails to acknowledge that like America actually will and has placed sanctions on companies, U.S.-based companies that do any business with Cuba whatsoever. So that is something that needs to be acknowledged. I don't think we should downplay the blockade. Of course, I think it's absolutely ridiculous to immediately jump to the CIA, but let's not downplay things that do have huge humanitarian impacts. These are people that we're talking about. Even if you disagree with their authoritarian government, which I entirely do, I think that we should recognize that having widespread embargoes that do involve sanctions on U.S. corporations is more than just a simple basic embargo. It's not easy to get around that, and that's clear by this is numerically obvious.
Okay, Destiny, you're next.
Yeah, okay, so, yeah, the United States has sanctions on Cuba, which includes sanctioning U.S. companies doing business with Cuba, of course. I don't know why we're restating that over and over again. That's what a sanction is. That's what it means when you have an embargo. Number one. Number two, it's not a blockade. I don't know why you keep calling this a blockade. It's not a blockade. There is an embargo between the U.S. and U.S. companies doing business in Cuba. We also keep mentioning humanitarian things. The United States is one of the biggest exporters of food to Cuba. Cuba can buy food and humanitarian supplies from the United States if they want to. So they've been doing this for over 20 years. If they're running into a big crisis now, it's probably not because of the U.S. embargo. There's probably other things going on. We can say that the United States embargo on Cuba should end. It probably should. I don't think there's a good reason to keep it up. But to say that that's like a big contributing factor to why Cuba is coming from today is just not true. Also, the other comment somebody made earlier about how like, Cuba used to make a lot of money in remittances. The idea that your country is kept afloat by people going to the United States and then shipping back USD to your country to keep it afloat, number one, it's funny that you think that that is required for the country to function. And two, Cuba also themselves rejected or turned away people from being able to deposit US dollars into their own banks because they're trying to crush the black market that they've got on the currency exchange as well. So that wasn't just the US sanctions, it also had to do with Cuba trying to curb their forex problems as well. Also, I will say, the idea that like, I didn't say the CIA did it, I was entertaining the thought, is one of the stupidest things I've ever heard in my life. If there was an alt-righter here saying some shit like, no, I'm not saying the Jews did it, but you know, maybe, like, okay, why would you even float the idea unless it's something you're seriously considering without trying to put that in people's minds? Like, trying to say that the CIA is involved in any of this at all, even just floating the thought is incredibly fucking offensive and incredibly fucking stupid. I don't know why you would, the words that even leave your mouth unless you're just trying to be an ideologue or playing to some agenda to push like your cutesy little lefty ideas and to downplay the struggles of the people that currently exist on that island that are protesting for very real humanitarian reasons, not involved with the CIA or your delusional Twitter.
I think that's just, I think it's a little gauche to compare a claim about the CIA, which has verifiably, a matter of public information, been involved in all kinds of regime change in politics in the Caribbean, in South America, and in Central America. This is a matter of public record. So I think it's a bit gauche to compare that to like alt-righters saying that it's the Jews. Like, first of all, the CIA is an organization, Jews are a group of people. Like, that's really, really over the top and hyperbolic. I hope you don't actually mean that. But yeah, I do think it's irresponsible still to like make claims about that without evidence. But I don't think anybody here did that. I don't think anybody here even made a reference to that. Even
why are we
Josie,
talking about it?
I mean, I don't know. Good question, Destiny. I don't know why.
I wonder where it came out first. Interesting.
Maybe out of your own mouth, you've made a lot of. You've made a lot.
Do you want to put money on that right now? Do you want to bet $100 on who brought up the CIA first?
Wait, what?
That's right.
Are
Shut the fuck up.
What?
I like the what while you're trying to think of a response.
Okay. I'm just wondering what you're asking.
Okay, there's 2 minutes left. Who hasn't talked yet and still wants to talk?
Go back.
Okay, who wants to talk? There we go. Yeah, get in the fucking line. Okay, Sprout, then Josie, then we'll wrap it up.
Okay. So, Prime talking about dropping bombs, that's not what I suggested. I suggested we go there and help the rebels, or the protesters, whatever you want to call them. And there are going to be deaths, there are going to be tragedies that happen. That's what happens when war happens. As Thomas Jefferson quoted, saying the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. Freedom doesn't come free. We say this all the time in the United States. I don't know why it's a surprise now that freedom doesn't come free, and that's what Cuba wants. Cuba wants freedom, and to compare Cuba to the Middle East is a little bit disingenuous. The Middle East is far different geopolitically than Cuba. Cuba is literally an island that we don't. Cuba is literally an island. ISIS is not present in Cuba. The Taliban is not present in Cuba. It's far different geopolitical issues that compared to is a little bit
Good
disingenuous.
observation.
Taliban isn't present in Cuba.
Wait. Okay, yep. So, Josie, wrap us out.
All right, so I have to disagree with you. The fact that you say that the third most lucrative source of revenue is like government remittances and tourism and things like that, then and you're saying that helped with currency manipulation. So are you agreeing with the Trump policy that caused that entire system to completely crumble? And then with that stacked onto the pandemic, completely devastated them with a few year time to be able to restructure their entire economic system to not have that, and now that's on them? Like these are normal people that are sitting there trying to feed their families, and you're just like, well, tough on them. They shouldn't have been relying on remittances. They shouldn't have been relying on things that are outside of their government borders. A lot of that is because of the colonialism of the world that put them in that position in the first place. So the fact that we didn't restructure their economic policies that or help them with that.
I feel like there's got to be like a bingo card for like dipshit about like colonialism. Like it's got to be like in every lefty fucking argument.
It's like that was completely Trump's doing. So I know you don't agree with that. So I just find that very interesting that that's what you pin it, and that's like it's their own fault that they take that money.
Okay, so I want to say that there's a lot of outrage about that Zan kick, but let me just say, okay, I gave you all a round off, and people do not lie to Dylan Burns. You got to listen to the nuance of my words. My words are very good. They're the best words, the best. So you got to listen to them carefully. I said topic, not round. That's a very specific word, isn't it? And you know what? Dylan Burns giveth and he taketh away. And Zan in his shout out, you know, talking about Vosh.
I'm so sorry, Zan.
Oh, what? Vosh screwed Vosh. And this is the result of it. And since you guys complain so much, this is going to be the deplatforming round. And what that means, instead of one person getting kicked out, 3 people are going to get kicked out this round. That's what happens when you disrespect the business, just like Vosh did, just like Xander did, just like the rest of you did. You want to be a little martyr, Xander Hall, you can be the martyr, okay? So, the 3 people who were kicked out, according to judges' votes, the first one is Sprouticus. Sorry, Sprout. You've been kicked out of the ring. The second person is Josie Rose. Sorry, Josie, you've been kicked out. And the next person is Prime K's. Sorry, Prime, you've been kicked out. Welcome to the business.
What? I've been here for a year, motherfucker.
Stop the steal.
Well, you know what? It was long enough to get welcomed. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, we're bringing 2 people in. An intellectual heavyweight, critically thinking veteran, my favorite to win the whole tournament, and Shark Zero, replacement for Anna the Nugget. Thank you very much. Now, the next topic, which we have, is going to be a simple one. Identity politics. Is identity politics an issue in modern
We'll finish this later. I'm watching Sopranos down at the gym. Catch y'all on the flip side.
It is a show of his former